Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to the Twin Mothers, as it is Taco Tuesday. Specifically because the Mexicans are invading, which is a surprisingly common thing in this day and age, but this time we might be able to do something about it. Only time will tell, as the Mexicans, Mexicans are feeling awfully confident, as they also declared war on the Chucho nation. Or whatever the fuck. That is a miniature I did not... That is a tiny nuclear explosion being conjured forth by the Indians. That is neat. Do they worship the nuclear bombs or something? Because that is adorable, if they do. There's so many cool little stories in this game, honestly. Like, my, well, was that the previous one? I think that was the previous playthrough we did, right? With the chain choir. I think that was over here, where the chain choir is just this collection of crazy women ruled over by an unbelievably monstrous flesh creature growing in their basement. And they have to go out and do genocides in order to feed the flesh monster fresh carcasses. That was a funny one. I enjoyed that one. That was a good one. That was a genuinely wonderful thing. That was a wonderful thing. Jenks the Great for $10. Thank you very much for your donation, sir. Art, are you from Denmark? Serious question. No, no way. It's north of there. And everyone else, let's go. Two Mothers run. Luminous Ones Fund. So... the other fun, we're funding the Luminous ones because of Reverend Norse. As he's also, he funded this one too, I believe. And he's even in the thumbnail. The little white rat there is Reverend Norse. So if you give a significant contribution to any of the Hearts of Iron playthroughs, we can put you in the thumbnail as well. Imagine that. Would that not be a glorious thing to put on your tombstone? I believe so. I very much so believe so. We also got the cat campaign for Equestrian War, which we've got to do as well. Thank you for your donation, sir. Nyuktam, when will the Amazons kneel to the Enclave Masters? Well, how's the Enclave doing? Not terribly, but not amazingly either. Not terribly, but not amazingly either. We have organized our little army. We have the 1st Foyd Legion standing ready to defend our borders alongside the 2nd Foyd Legion. Just Foyds. Foyds as far as the eye can see. We have female clankers, which are the quick clankers. And then we have male clankers, which are the heavy clankers. And then we have the extra male clankers, which are the heavy clankers. As benefits their name, obviously. And the personal waifu army. You remember Gaddafi? Oh, what's that? You remember Gaddafi, the dictator of Libya? Was that it? I think it was Libya. Before Europe decided they didn't like him anymore and just decided to bomb his entire fucking country into absolute abject submission for a bit there. That was a weird thing. Anyways, he had oil. It's self-explanatory enough when you really come to think of it. He had an all-female bodyguard unit, which I always thought was a good idea. I mean, if you're going to be the sovereign dictator of a nation, why not? Why would you not create, like, an all-female bodyguard unit? Now, granted, they turned out to be fucking useless. Of course. Because they didn't help him out at all. Stimulus, some stimulus checks would not be a bad idea. I'm fucking swimming in caps, so why not? It didn't work. They couldn't actually protect him, and he lost the Civil War and everything, so they were utterly useless. But the point of the all-female bodyguard unit was obviously never to protect him. That wasn't the point and purpose here. It's not like he surrounded himself with these women because he thought, like, oh, they'll be wonderful in a shooty bang bang kind of conflict. No, of course not. They had other primary purposes. I would enter into this situation understanding the same thing. The women aren't going to stand in front of me and gunfire, and they certainly aren't going to prevent the gunfire from reaching me, but again, that's not actually really their primary purpose, really. Speaking of, have I remembered to keep upgrading this? I have. Well, to a degree. Watch out for spies. Counterintelligence, diplomatic, government sci-fi. Yeah, I need to keep upgrading that. I have 3 they-them operatives. Unfortunate. Alright. Oh, there we go. The wars are starting. Okay, well, let's see what we got here. We're getting attacked by 9 divisions, or companies more like, 2 armored, which I actually can't penetrate, which is a pinch unfortunate. I'd hoped I'd been adding in enough armor penetration to make better use of that. Apparently not. Alright, well, we have 4 units of heavies standing by, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. And the rest of their border is actually fairly sparsely guarded, honestly. They might be too busy dealing with the Indians. I feel as if I have been rather severely underestimated if this is all they're going to send against me. Alright, very well. Let's have a bit of a poke, shall we? Oh, God. Right, well, whatever that was, it melted like fucking butter. Ouroboros? No, don't worry about it, buddy. I'm hoping I got this. That Shroud, we came, we saw. He died. That guy? I don't know about that. I haven't heard about that, but he was Gaddafi, and he had like a funny little hat, and he went to the United Nations, and I think he was the guy who went to the United Nations and basically said, like, listen, we're the only guys who are, like, keeping Africa under control, okay? If you dethrone me from Syria, not Syria, Libya? Libya, that was the one. You're gonna get flooded by fucking blacks. You understand this, right? And all of the European politicians, just like they did with Trump incident, they were like, oh, you're threatening us with Negro hordes? Oh, you silly Willy. They're people just like us. There's no difference whatsoever. They're just Europeans in waiting. And years later, boy, have we received a lot of Europeans in waiting. And man, the man was largely proven to be completely and utterly correct. You know, we really should listen to dictators a lot more often. It seems obvious when you come to think of it, but if you've managed to take control of an entire country, odds are you know a thing or two. There might be some certain things where your wisdom could be of tremendous help for the rest of us. Instead of simply just rejecting it all out of hand like he's some kind of a madman. Listen, he had an all-female bodyguard unit. How crazy could he possibly be? He was just a guy. He was just a guy. Just a regular little guy who had a dream of an all-female bodyguard unit. Like all of the rest of us. He's just like me. I identify with Gaddafi. I really do. I think we could have gotten along. God, I need more power stations. For some reason, my ever-growing mechanical army is dragging up more power than I was really hoping for. At least I don't need to look around for oil in this game, because it all comes from energy, so yay! Seduction Doppelganger, thank you for your donation, sir. Never thought I would be the one to be on the brink of race war. Oh, especially out of vigilantism. I guess people, let's go and judge their due. Then expect retaliations. We're getting spicy already. So actually, I'm betting that probably tomorrow's topic will be the new all-black fantasy movie. Like, what was it? Blood, Bone, what was that? New California Republic is justifying against us. For the love of... Wait, are against us? Ouroboros. Okay, no, thank God. Okay, well, that's fine. I don't care about them. I will betray them in a fucking heartbeat if necessary. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Right. Well, oh. Hello there. I didn't know you could... I was not aware you could cross the river right there. I didn't know that was how that worked. Unfortunate. But yes, the all-black fantasy movie, which is obviously right now being hailed as an incredible diverse achievement. With a bunch of the actors and actresses in the movie, of course, having previously been feeling very strongly about diversity. Like, literally. It almost feels pointless to continue to point it out at this point, but it still needs to be done. The simple fact that, yeah, no, these people are just massive, enormous, overwhelming fucking hypocrites. And it's all just about getting a paycheck at the end of the day. That is literally the entire motivation for their entire ideology is get paycheck. That's it. There exists no other convictions or beliefs or firm principles of faith or anything. It is get paycheck, and whatever benefits them in getting paycheck is good. God, this is why we need to start doing more like philosophy teaching in school, just to at least try to instill children with some base understanding of hypocrisy and its supposed negative aspects. Well, this war is going surprisingly fucking well, I must say. I was kind of panicking when the Mexicans declared war because they are fucking huge, but I'm feeling like they weren't really ready for this. Oh boy, they do have a pretty fucking hefty air force, though. 13 air units lost. Air defense lower than air, our agility higher, our speed is higher. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's see. Days. Fighters lost 346, enemy fighters 326. Okay. I'm trading relatively even, which isn't amazing. I would have liked to be trading better, obviously. But I've got a pretty fucking good production base right now, so hope is I'll be able to sustain a heck of a lot better than they can. I sure as fucking hell can outproduce them in terms of assault gunships, as monstrous assault blimps are flying overhead, doing unmentionable things to their civilian populace. Mayans, thank you for your donation, sir. Would you trust a woman with your life? Well, listen, okay. Yes, I would trust a woman with my life. You know why? Because most of us trust a woman with our life very, very often, okay? Oh, is that how they got over there? Is that doesn't look... That doesn't look entirely affordable to me, but if you say so, Mr. Video Game. Listen, every time you ask your female friend if she couldn't please put it inside of her speaky hole, if only to make her silent for a brief period of time, you are trusting a woman with your life, as if in some moment of pure foid rage, she decides to bite down hard. Well, you're probably not gonna survive the experience. There's a lot of blood in that particular part of the body, and it responds very, very poorly to being suddenly and brutally severed, in case you were wondering. Although there are recorded instances of people surviving the severing as well. There was one particularly memorable one that I can remember, which apparently a woman had decided that her cheating husband, regardless of whether or not he was actually cheating, that's largely irrelevant to this story, no longer deserved to possess his private parts, and so she had tricked him into accepting a night of passionate lovemaking, or so he at least believed, and she had hidden a pair of scissors in the mattress. Just as the man was getting ready to get down, busy and dirty, she pulled out the scissors and severed his man parts, rather expertly. The man presumably didn't really react before it was too late because, you know, it's not really the kind of thing you're on guard against normally. It's not one of the things that's running through your mind constantly whilst engaging in coitus, like, I wonder if she's gonna pull out a pair of scissors and try to make me a eunuch tonight. It is perhaps something that should be running through your mind, however. There's every possibility that it should be running through your mind. Alright, getting a little bit uppity. Well, we've got plenty of foids to throw in the breach here, so even if they're getting a little uppity now, it shouldn't be too long until I can calm them back down again. Rubberleg623, thank you for your donation, sir. We are all Rhodesians. Never forgive, never forget. Is there a Hearts of Iron game where you can play a Rhodesia campaign? Because I think that would be mildly amusing as well. I am genuinely shocked that nobody has attempted to fund like an Atomwaffen playthrough or or anything in that World on Fire mod. I'm genuinely kind of surprised that nobody's tried that yet. Genuinely a little shocked. Okay. Machine-assisted encryption. That's going to be a good idea. Where was I on this tech tree? That's a good question. The City of Tomorrow. That's got a nice ring to it. Did I get the dinosaur DNA? I got the dinosaur DNA, didn't I? Yes, I got the dinosaur DNA. I like my dinosaur DNA. It makes my dudes more powerful. Ah, right. I was working on that so I can start terraforming stuff. Right, well, this is gonna be a pretty fucking nice little surround right here. Yes, yes, yes. Many bad people in a very, very small area. Squishy, squishy. Fear not, my Indian neighbors, I am coming to rescue you. Am I? I don't think I am. Justify a war goal. How long is that gonna take? 45 days? Ooh, nice and rapid. Lovely. I like it when the game understands my need to massacre the Indian populace. That is 1921. It's like actually a lot of companies. That is a lot of companies. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, if the Mexicans had any opportunity to resist, I think that more or less put an end to it. That's 2,000 manpower in one battle. I wouldn't want to be Mexican right now. Yeah, Qatar, why don't we have a leader that's just a guy? Trump is orange, Biden was old and dumb, Gotti had a silly hat, Himmel had a silly mustache. Where's Bob? Well, you see, Bob rarely gets to be leader because despite Bob's presumed skills at high politics, he's a little bit lacking in charisma. Bob. He really is a little bit lacking in charisma. Nobody really elects Bob supreme leader of anything. And it's very possible that that is our primary problem, that we keep looking for people with the riz to lead us. Perhaps Riz is not the primary leadership quality that one should actually be looking for. It is very much so possible. Right, well, frankly, the primary problem now, are they... Oh no, it's Ouroboros. Wait, are they, what are they? Are they raiders? What is going on? Oh, shit. Right, I guess the NCR has decided to attack the Ouroboros. Right, well, I'm staying out of that particular conflict, Misa thinks. Yep. Oh, sorry about that, Ouroboros, but I'm not really in a position to deal with the NCR just now. Mayans, add this and previous to use the TFR Cognoscenti Fund. TFR Cognoscenti Fund. I don't know if I know what that is. In fact, I'm confident I have no fucking clue what that is. The fire rises. I'm assuming Cognoscenti Fund. Cognoscenti Fund, huh? Anyways, I need to try and wrap this war up a little bit rapid, because if I could turn around and save Ouroboros, I'd like to, even though I very much so doubt that's gonna fucking happen. Right, how do I... Oh, God, that's fucking massive. Right, how do I defeat Mexico in its entirety quickly? Good question. That's a fantastic question. How does one defeat Mexico quickly? Thinking another big circumvention here. Just rush down with light bots. Yeah, rush down there with light bots. Sweep up there, use the Indians to kind of crack them in, get another big, fat, nice surround. Right, do I have any more Foyd legions I can break away to hold the front line there? No, not really. Well, I could also just kind of roll over them. In fact, just kind of fucking rolling over them is, not a bad idea. Alright, redeploy the heavies. And get the lights we've got left over ready for a rush. I could use more lights. God, do I have the manpower for this? That's a good question. Yes, presumably.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Right, let's get another 10 divisions of lights in training. Oh, God, that's expensive. Get another 10 companies of Foyds in training as well. My manpower power pool should be stacking up pretty quickly, so we can hopefully do that. It's a good run the fire. It's good at running the Fire Risers mod. Fire Risers Cognoscenti Fund. Okay, well, we'll just note that down for now. Where it says Cognoscenti Fund. Cognoscenti Fund. You know, I should make little I should make like little presentations for the various funds. In fact, even better, chat should make little presentations for the various funds that I can play on stream. That'd be lovely. Roblox here for Atomwaffen playthrough. The Cold War mod has Rhodesia as a playable country. It's not the most fleshed out tree last I checked, but it plays. There we go. Atomwaffen. TFR. Atomwaffen. Good. Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Thomas Watson, in the voice of Blackadder. Bob? Whoa. Oh. Hello. That's a lot of tanks, admittedly. Right, but honestly, if they want to try and break through there... I don't necessarily... Oh, I have another 10 divisions over here, which apparently I've just been fucking ignoring. If they want to break through there, that's not necessarily something I mind, actually. As that's just going to put more dudes deeper into the vice I'm about to construct. Right. The heavies are prepared. We'll just do a quick little snip over here first. They cannot stand before the heavies, for the heavies are grossly overweight. Just make sure we're... I'm gonna need a lot more piercing on my basic infantry. They're getting pushed around far too easily. Much too easily. Right, whilst that's proceeding... Actually, hold off on the general push for a moment. Trying to get across the river, right? Right? Yes, they're fine. Right, send the heavies in there too. We're gonna need them if the lights get bogged down. I will say, the tanks are pushing me far better than I was expecting them to. Considering the amount of air support I've got in the area. Not that it's going to matter, however. Right, are you gonna try and go down there? No, I don't think you actually are. Alright, we'll interrupt some reinforcements. Crush that little salient there, just in case. I don't want them to have a too easy a time trying to pinch me off. Alright, hold the advance there for a second. They're congealing nicely in front of me, I will admit. But they're still pushing forward, which is a good thing. If they want to put more units in the trap, I'm all for it. Damn it. A unit defeated by its own movement rather than the enemy. Let's make it a little difficult for them to get too much in the way of flanking force there. Rhodesia. See, Rhodesia is a very fascinatingly fated country. Because it was literally defeated, not so much by itself or even its ideology, but purely because it was not adequately liberal. In any other situation, Rhodesia would have been held up as a beacon of light and civilization in the region, as it largely was. But due to the simple fact that it was not liberal enough, it was thrown right under the bus. With admirable rapidity as well. Great rapidity and great determination. And nobody really thought twice about it either. That was perhaps the single most fascinating part of it, because, well, it was still the era where we genuinely did believe that there would be absolutely no real observable differences between people once we'd given them a bit of civilizing. Once they'd been given access to Starbucks and McDonald's, they would basically just become us. Exploration for technology. Oh, definitely, sure. Might need to snip that advance before it goes too far. Let's move some units. Ready up. Just in case. Keep going, my little heavies. You are my pretty little bots. Well, if you want to reduce your organization, I'm more than happy to allow you to do so. A taste of things to come, perhaps even. Speaking of taste of things to come, so they announced one of the writers on the 40K TV show now. I'll definitely have a video out on that because it does not bode particularly well, in my opinion. It could have been worse, mind you. There were opportunities for it to be worse, but it is pretty bad. And considering this is like the first firm news we've received in, fuck, like, what, a year at least? Has it been 2 years? It might have been 2 years. All I know is it's been a fucking while since we received any real mention or update of the Amazon TV show. As if GW and everybody else is just kind of sitting there hoping we'll forget about it. Or at the very least, managing expectations. Everybody's just like, oh, this is gonna be amazing. So the director himself doesn't look necessarily too bad, although, well, I won't spoil it. I'll have a wonderful little video on it, because it is an interesting situation, but some of his friends and collaborators, oh boy. Literally the worst people possible to be doing 40K. I should be making bigger, better bows now. Got a sophisticated infantry tech. Yes, yes. Good, Mexicans. Continue your offensive. Continue to push deeper into the lands of your enemies. Let's see, send you that. I'll break that. Oh, careful. This is a somewhat precarious circumvention we've got here. Not the thickest or deepest of lines, I admit. Oh, boy, I'm not in air cover range anymore. That's a bit unfortunate. All right. Break off half the air cover to go down there. Every chance we're gonna need it. Not the thickest of circumventions, no. Right, they're thinning out their lines in the north quite a bit. Right, will you get across the river? Looks like you will, although it's going to take a second. Right, that will finish up the surround. Now it's just a question of making sure we keep it nice and open. They're not going to break through there. In fact, I will be able to give them a nice little push in return. Okay, stiff upper lip now, my little robot buddies. We've got this. We've got this. We've got it. That's probably going to get a little counterattack. Firm it up. And we've got heavies coming in there. Excellent. Right, start feeding in the Foid legions. Once the Foids start arriving, it should stiffen. Well, yes, once the Foid starts arriving, it should stiffen. Yes, the penetration should stiffen once the Foids arrive. That is actually correct. There's nothing incorrect about that statement whatsoever. It is 100% true and real. Pursue them, my robot hordes, my legions of clankers. Allow not the Mexicans to rest. This is going to be so many extra resources. I'm going to fucking love it. Sandu, Mart, I'm currently playing Hearts of Iron 4, Orwell Blues, as the Sleepers, the mad scientist in Colorado. What land doctrine should I go with? That is a wonderful question. The Sleepers. A mad scientist in Colorado. So, for the land doctrines in this game, it really depends on what you're doing. Automated warfare is obviously if you're doing robots. If you're doing robots, then automated warfare is the king because it boosts your robots, and robots is also the best if you have limited manpower. Refined warfare is if you've got elite troops and lots of them. Think power armor, excellent stuff. Conventional war is probably the least effective of the bunch. Because it's mostly based around mechanized stuff, which is good for the NCR. Basically, if you don't have power armor and you don't have robots, then conventional warfare is for you. Outsider warfare is if you've got mutants. And even then, it's not like super duper great. I'm kind of tempted almost more to go just as asymmetric as mutants, but it is good because it boosts your mutants, which is going to be your primary force. So if you're just mutants, outsider warfare, obviously. Asymmetric is more defensive and doesn't really help you that much in the long run offensive, which is exactly why I went with automated warfare. But if what you've really got to do is just survive a war, then that's your best choice. So I don't know exactly what the mad scientists do or require, but that is a little general breakdown of what they do. Can I attack into that? I think I can, and I think I will. Honestly, at this point, I don't actually know which piece of entertainment I'm more scared for. The Warber 40k TV show, I'm frightened for that because it's 40k. And at the same time, I'm also kind of rooting for it to fail a little bit, if I'm to be honest. Like, on the one hand, I'd prefer it to be good because I'd be able to enjoy it if it was good, obviously. At the same time, I know that Games Workshop isn't going to get any better. GW isn't going to get any better. They're only going to get worse. Their predatory practices are only going to get worse. Their lawfare practices are only going to get worse. They're only going to become a worse and worse company. There's really not a whole lot of getting around that. Okay, I'm trading well there, but I'm trading terribly there because they're able to outnumber me. Oh, I don't like how I'm losing the air war at this rate. Not liking it at all. Not liking it. Not liking it one little bit. Alright, let's boost airplane production. And more fighters. The need to split my fighters also is not fantastic. I am losing the occasional blimp too, which is sad and lonely. Alright, I definitely need to focus on one area. Right, okay. I'm going to try and focus in on this part so I can keep at least parity and air power, which is going to close the losses gap in the air significantly, although it is also going to mean that my southern forces are not going to benefit from the air power, which is definitely going to suck for them. The Mexicans have noticed. The Mexicans are getting aggressive. Alright, we can deliver some counter smacks to keep the Mexicans humble. But the best counter smack will definitely be to close this gap here ASAP. Right, move clankers down. Let's begin taking care of that. Closing up this wonderful little surround. Finding nothing? Oh well. Even if they found nothing, if they actually managed to get back alive, then that is a victory in the wasteland. They're able to push me back fairly effectively. Largely because they have the ability to attack me from so many different areas simultaneously that holding out against them is a difficult prospect. Right. As long as we're keeping that surround open, and we are. There, the heavies are arriving. Right. Once that's crushed, it doesn't matter if they break through anywhere else. It's going to be over for them. It's going to be over. Could you add the 10 to Archslave for Calendar Fund? Of course. Of course we can. Remember, you may add to calendar funds even if you've made an older donation. It's fine. It's not a problem. All you've got to do is tell me what you donated so I can add it to it. New Vegas, Amazon. There we go. But yes, I'm worried about the 40k TV show because I'd prefer it if it was good, but 40k is not going to become a better company. 40k is only 40k. Games Workshop is not going to be a better company. It's going to get worse. If this is a big success, they're going to be even worse for even longer. And so, delivering a nice heavy smack to their nose, it's very, very, very tempting. Like, if this is a big failure, particularly if it's an Amazon-level failure, something that they've committed to for many seasons, and they're just going to have to sit there and watch themselves bleed billions into the void, that would help a lot with mayhaps attempting to force the company to correct course later on. Although even that's probably a little bit of a pipe dream, if I'm to be entirely honest. And then there's the Henry Cavill angle. See, I would really like it if Henry Cavill could succeed. I really would, because the man has not been overblessed in Hollywood. He has been used and abused by damn near every fucking project he's been on. So I absolutely... Ooh, that's a possible opportunity right there. I absolutely do think that he deserves a nice big win, and particularly 40k, something that he's got a genuine passion for. We shall see about that. We shall definitely see about that. Or the other thing I'm almost equally worried about is, so more news about the My Little Pony thing is coming out, and man, it is looking like it is going to be a perfect fucking bludgeon to smack the opposition over the head with. See, the MLP fandom is one that will be a wonderful ally for us. A bunch of weaponized autists that also are beginning to see now their franchise be utterly destroyed. As from what I've been able to gather, mostly by Boog sending me things about it, they're basically gonna do what the audience had asked them to do, which is simply just make more of the most popular generation. Okay. That's pretty smart. You might even be tempted to think that they'd learned some sort of lesson there. What, give the audience what they clearly clamor for? What a strange and novel idea. However, they're apparently going to just get rid of a bunch of the old cast. Presumably, I guarantee you, I bet you, to replace them with more diverse cast members. They, them ponies. Oh, I fucking hope they do them ponies. I fucking hope they do they them ponies. I want to see ghetto ponies. I want to see trans ponies. I want to see massively overweight ponies. I want to see every single form of progressivism imaginable. in pony fucking format. I want this franchise draped like the thinnest skin suit over the most abhorrent monstrosity of current year politics imaginable. That is my heart's desire. That is my deepest, deepest heart's desire. Especially if it's going to be aimed at kids, which, let's be honest here, it's fucking modern day MLP. It's hardly aimed at children anymore. Uncivil civil rest. Oh. Well, fucking kill the protesters. What are you waiting for? Permission? You know you're gonna get it, so just start stabbing them now. Or beating them with batons if you're feeling merciful. Doesn't really matter to me. Oh, that is a beautiful... Oh, that is a glorious surround. Oh, that is so much armor. Oh, delicious. That is so many fucking tanks. Alright, they've stopped bothering trying to compete with me in the air over there. Good. That is so much armor. That is so much armor. 2,700 manpower. That is so much armor. Man, oh god. This is one of the things I'm always going to be so fucking upset about. Like, so, people clamored to get a casualty breakdown because people love the casualty breakdowns in Hearts of Iron 3. It was one of the main reasons that made that game feel much more alive than 4, right? And so they added in this kind of half-assed combat log, except there's so much equipment lost in any given battle that you can't actually see all of it. Like... It would be so fucking cool to be able to log in, to look at that and go like, oh, they lost so and so many thousand men, they lost so and so many types of tanks. You know, you should basically have, like, what I would love to see is, like, after a war, you should be able to be given, like, a generated after-action report, in essence, that says, like, oh, this is how many tanks were defeated, this was the biggest, bloodiest battles, these are the casualties, etc., because people love that. I love that, and therefore people love that. I'm simply going to present my tastes as everybody's tastes. And screw you if you disagree. I'm gonna need slightly thicker front lines than I had first believed. Supposedly rarity is being voided. Yes, I know. My fucking favorite ponies being thrown to the void. I think, you know, Boog put it thusly, and I think he's onto something. They're getting rid of all of the white-coded ponies, and I mean... It's kind of true, isn't it? And it would certainly fit very, very well with the modern day agenda if it was true. And Applejack too, which surprised me. Like, really? I thought she was super duper popular. Apparently not popular enough to be immune to the scythe. Right, I am running full occupations on these guys, right? Caravan guards, yes. Robo City, Caravan Guard, Iron Item. Oh, I can go to Caravan Guards here as well. They've been sufficiently browbeaten. The Last Lodge. Ah, okay, here we go. Yep. No. Wasteland Pacification. Crack down on those cunts with the full force of 1,000 burning stars. Buck break them. Now. Ah. Now, the Indians are putting up a decent fight, although, Right. Let's get the Foids relocated. Do have some free military factories. What to put them in? It would either be... It would probably be in the continued upgrading of light and heavy robots. Right, how are the special foids? The special foids are done training. Lovely. Right, do I have anybody I could upgrade to another field marshal, me wonders? Maybe a robo field marshal. What about you? Would you make for a good field marshal? Desert Fox, enduring, night person. Bloody mess? No. In fact, you're the speed kind of guy. What about you then? Yes. Might make for a decent field marshal, unless I've got somebody better. Or so don't I do. Division speed, division attack, division attack. Oh, defeated by the other one. Any massive... Ooh, 136. Bruiser. Fuck. That's... Yeah, Bruiser's not a great trait for a field commander, obviously. Rain Night Petal. 3 logistics, lead experience gain, attack, fast shot. Okay, alright. Rain Night Petal. You shall be... You shall be my new field commander, fortunate leader. Alright, Special Forces. That should help out on the offensive part quite a bit. Get them relocated. Not Applejack, she was best pony. See, that's what I mean. I thought Applejack was really, really popular. And why would they get... Like, that's a bit of a weird one, too. Like, okay, so... New Navajo. So, right. Let's think about it. If they're getting rid of... So they're getting rid of Rarity, who's the spoiled brat and definitely white-coded pony. Okay. War on whiteness, business as usual. And then Applejack. You know, the Protestant work ethic one. The farm girl. The one that's like, oh, a little bit of hard work else solves everything. Is that not a message we want communicated in the modern day? Do we not like hard work ethics? And I mean, we don't. That is not a... In fact, literally, we don't. That is... there was that wonderful little thing from the museum. The Protestant work ethic was white supremacist. So clearly, that's not something we're going to want. Oh, heavies. Heavies. We only got one heavy down here. That's fine. They're immediately going to attack that. Yep, figured. Oh, we're already withdrawing from it, so it's not a big deal. And shift the lights. Protestant work ethic, as I mean, that's her entire thing, right? Applejack's thing is being a hard worker and being honest. Clearly, not modern values. Not something we would like to impart upon our children anymore. Which is also why I hope and believe this is going to be a massive failure, because... I don't know. Maybe this is going to be their next attempt to indoctrinate kids. I would not at all be shocked. Simultaneously, I will also point out, though, that Hasbro is not exactly in the best financial position anymore. I don't know. It is conceivable that Hasbro might actually want to earn some money. Stranger things have happened, if perhaps not recently. How big of a surround do we want to make this? My selection hotkeys have changed, which upsets me deeply. I wonder if they're doing this in, like, patches or something, because it changes how you select units, and it upsets me enormously. And you are gonna smash through there. And we're gonna make this nice little double wide. I'm damn sure they're not breaking out of it. Bounce. Give them no opportunity to resist in any meaningful fashion. Especially with the recent Transformers remaster. That I find rather interesting, because I mean, this is a no-brainer move, right? Everybody loved the Transformers movie. It was amazing. And so when you've already got it, well, trying to, like, remastering it and re-releasing it, and with a cinematic release too. That's very interesting. That speaks to a fair bit of confidence in the movie on Hasbro's side, doesn't it? It's an old fucking movie, and Transformers is hardly the healthiest fucking franchise at the moment either. So the fact that they're willing to give that a cinematic release, I feel like maybe this is them testing the waters. Like they've been told now by myself and us and everybody else that, okay, what people want is just old school entertainment back. That's what people want. People want what they had, and they're willing to pay for it if you're willing to give it to them, right? This might be them testing that theory. To go like, okay, you say you're gonna show up if we do this stuff, and it has been proven to work in the past, right? They did this with the Star Wars movies, and it appeared to be a genuinely massive, fantastic success. This might be Hasbro seeing if they've still got enough love and support amongst the audience to pull that kind of stuff off. Right, they're pulling back about as quickly as they can, so I'm half tempted to just try and sweep across the entirety of this place. Can I get away with that? I think I could get away with that. I definitely think I could get away with that. Fuck it. Go, go, go. Go, go, gadget robots. I definitely think I can get away with this. Especially if I keep the enemy nice and out of balance. Why are you resisting? Oh, it's because I haven't fully attacked you yet. That's why. Okay, fair enough. I hope it's a success. I really do. Both because I'd like to see more animated Transformers, although, you know, let's not get too optimistic right away. Even if this is a big success, and I hope it is, that does not necessarily mean that Hasbro is going to be quite intelligent enough or willing to engage in a massive resurgence of animated content. In fact, I'd be fucking shocked if that happened. Very pleased, but fucking shocked as well. Right, now that that is done, Mystery state population change bananas and time games from Robot City, Robot Town. In fact, Doki Doki joins the realm of Diana. I would like that. I would like that. Yes, please, Doki Doki, come be my friend. Now, Chow, didn't Hasbro essentially shutter D&D? Well, okay, so what happened there was basically, as far as I understand, the part of Hasbro that had to do with like lots of multimedia entertainment, like comics and all kinds of stuff, their entertainment division, that was a big part of D&D's plans going forward to be able to monetize their setting. Apparently, they lost a bunch of the contracts necessary to keep that going, and Hasbro, presumably, was behind that in one way or another. Probably because, well, D&D isn't doing that hot at the moment, and the big movie, Honor Amongst Thieves, that was very much so supposed to kind of be a proof of concept that there was still real life in D&D and it could be turned into a wider, broader entity. And that didn't really work out. I've heard loads of good things about the Honor Amongst Thieves movie, mind you. Supposedly it's good, who the fuck knows? It might very well be just one of those things where the Wokies are like, but this was our thing, why does everybody hate it? But I've heard good things. And almost certainly its failure has contributed to this cancellation over there. As now, they're pivoting. And because, again, I've talked about this many times, right? But all of these companies are definitely at some point, and their point is probably right now, going to start experimenting with what works. Because they've been told for years that progressivist nonsense was going to sell, that it was going to give them access to that wider market that never materialized. Now they're being told by the internet and by just regular people all over the place that they never wanted any of that nonsense. They never wanted that, ever. They wanted all the entertainment. The companies are going to be very wary of that because they've already been told one line that has cost them billions and basically a decade's worth of time, even more importantly than just the raw money lost. And so they're going to want proof of concept before they waffle on to their next great billion-dollar expenditure. And I suspect that movies like this is going to be a part of it, where they're going to look at things and go like, okay, well, that didn't work, and you only get one chance now, so we're going to try something else. The Transformers movie will definitely be something else, like, okay, animated content released on the big screen for a franchise that people claim to love, but that Hasbro, I guarantee you, Hasbro is very, very skeptical of whether or not people truly do love. Because if they didn't, they would have done way more around this stuff already, ages ago, right? That surround isn't quite going to work out. Break off that one. We're going to have the light robots just move in there instead. Make sure we launch an attack there with the heavies, just to choke out anything else that might be trying to wander on through. There. Right, that's a slightly larger circumvention than I had originally planned, but, oh well. Let's see what the special forces can do in my absence. They should have pretty damn good attack. Maybe we can get a little bit of tiny surround going on over there in the meanwhile. Ramen pulled cannons, spilled mortars. I'm imagining we're going to be running into some more fortifications in the future. Right, get some of the droids going in there to help out. Tiny bit thin, but we've got the railway. That's the most important part. Oh, well, just really a cart track in this mod, but you get the idea. Norse, will the new please the bronies though? Or Luminous ones. Will the new please the bronies? So okay. Right, so there is, of course, the theoretical possibility that the new stuff will be good and therefore be well received, right? Possible. Is it likely, though? Like, for every time we've seen a focus on the new, the quality has suffered. Oh, God, wait, fuck them. Goddamn Indian pieces of shit, you fuck Indians, God. I thought this was a beautiful surround, and I've noticed right now that the Indians have gotten cut off over there. Little fucking lazy bitch-ass bastards. God damn it. All to fucking hell. Fucking Indians. You can never trust the Indians. Right, that complicates matters. Fucking Indians. I'm probably going to want a slightly more limited surround then. Tragic though it may be. I thought that was going to be a beautiful one. An absolutely glorious one. Only to realize that my Indian allies have deeply, deeply disappointed me. And overstretched me somewhat as well. Overstretched me more than a little, too, actually. Right, well, they do seem to be able to get through there. Excellent. Oh. No, you don't. No reinforcing, please. Well, the special forces don't have quite the smack of my heavies, but that's another couple companies dealt with. Excellent, excellent. Sandoom, them avoiding Applejack and Rarity would be disastrous. It'd be like removing Raphael and Donatello from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Replacing them with new characters. Yes, I am not a fan of it. I am not a fan of this. Oh, hello. The Scoundrels Cantina. Wait, you're a Star Wars channel, right? I think I've heard about you. Is it just me, or has everything everywhere seen better days? Everything everywhere has seen better days, yes. I mean, especially if you're a fucking Star Wars fan. God help us all. Star Wars. Poor little Star Wars. It has seen better days. And will only be seeing darker days for quite some time yet, unfortunately. On the bright side, if the theory is correct, and that these companies will eventually now beginning to look around, going like, okay, well, this worked, that didn't work. Okay. They will have to follow the money at some point. That is the reason why they're doing this, to try and figure out where the money is and where the money is going. Are my foids ready? Nope, my foids are not ready, much to my chagrin. See, okay, the twist in this also, though, here's a little bit of a problem. So, even if they release something like Transformers, and even if it is good, like Transformers will be, because the original was amazing, and so this new version too will almost certainly as well be amazing. Though I am a tiny bit nervous about the fact that at the end of the teaser, you can see Optimus's fingers twitch, which, okay, right. They've brought back Optimus Prime from the dead, I don't even know how many fucking times. I even remember one of my first of it, like, the first time I saw Optimus Prime die, it was in a comic book, years ago. He's died many, many times. And so, them resurrecting him isn't necessarily anything particularly crazy, but it's like, okay, you're gonna bring back Optimus Prime. Cool. I'm for it. I'm all for it. I fucking love Optimus, but what are you going to do with him? What are your plans with Optimus fucking Prime in the year of our Lord 2026? I'm not entirely certain. We've already received they, them Transformers with pronouns and everything, so... But hopefully, again, if the movie does well, then the lesson will be, okay, traditional Transformers does well. So let's bring back Optimus Prime. Let's make him a traditional Transformer, the traditional leader of the Transformers. God, you know, what I would do, honestly, if I was Hasbro, I would simply just look at the huge... At the huge library that I already have of Transformers episodes that are still good, by the way. They're still quite excellent. I was watching a bunch of them recently to like, okay, how good is this? Like, how well does it hold up? It really does hold up. Sure, the animations are dated, obviously. Some of the life lessons are no longer as poignant today as they were then. But it's solid stuff. They should just take that and fucking remaster it. Start basically re-releasing Transformers again. You would get an audience. You would absolutely get an audience for that. Definitely not a Frenchman. Hey Arch, 5 edition DD had a lot of holes in it, and many of their campaigns felt incomplete, plus combat was a slog. Where's the Conan Fund at? Conan Fund! What is the Conan Fund at? Let me check. I think it's getting decently close. Yes. So the Conan Fund is at 835 now. So about 200 and completed. Let's go, Casino. What a call up sometimes, perhaps. We're basically all in the same boat when it comes to all this politically motivated crap. Sure. I love to talk to people about this. Absolutely. No doubt about it. How do you contact me? That's a good question. I'll just give you the Vampire RP link. That seems like the most sensible thing. You can find me on there and send me a DM. We can work something out. There you go. But absolutely. Especially Star Wars. I mean... Okay, right. So, there's a thing that everybody is dreading. And that is the remaster of the Star Wars movies. Because we're talking about remastering all content now. Okay. What about Star Wars? What about Star Trek? Oh, God. The amount of shit they could remaster from Star Trek. Oh, my God. And it would... if you think, like... Transformers would have a solid audience. Star Trek fans would love the old stuff brought back onto the screen. I'm almost certain of it. Now, it's a bit more complicated there because you've got real people, which means residuals, which means appearance fees, which means IPs, etc. Oh, God damn it, little pocket's gonna get destroyed. How do I... fuck. I need to head north, and I need to head north rapidly before everything I've worked for will come crumbling down around my ears. North. North now. Push, my little beauties. Push. But at the same time, nothing should horrify Star Wars fans more than the idea of Disney wandering off on the path of remastering the original Star Wars. That has the possibility to be a disaster of damn near unbelievable proportions. Now, hopefully, Disney, much like many other companies, are beginning to see the writing on the wall and would probably use this as an attempt to go, okay, people are telling us they don't want our stuff. They don't want the Acolyte. They don't want Andor. And if they do want Andor, frankly, they'd rather have more of just the universe than Andor itself. We've got to give them what they want, the old stuff. We can't touch it. We can't give it to somebody who in interviews, oh God, the worst thing in interviews. is the guy who sits there, the creative, the director, going, so, I wanted to tell my story in this universe. That is the death knell of any project today, especially remasters. The guy who just wants to tell his story, because nobody's really interested in his story. My overstretched front line is getting tested. Right, have I had the ability to get sufficient troops down here? I think so. Sufficient troops with sufficient air. Right, let's get the attackers relocated. Which is going to take a while because they're goddamn blimps. Come on, you fat piece of shit. I have somewhat limited resources to throw in there as my initially planned, very small, very controlled surround has turned into something a lot bigger and a lot dumber. Right, 5 Spec Op divisions. I can definitely liberate you. Right. Have the air power primarily contend that area. Robot refuge. And there, at long last. Half them flying there, half them flying there. That's a bit too many. Right, peel off some of the fighters. Go. We just need to deliver the old stuff. And I am not at all opposed to this. So, a bit of the fear back in the day was that the remaster and the remake would basically take over from all other content. And it probably is. Although, then, the fear was that it would take over for all other content due to a lack of creativity, right? Our fear then was that stuff wouldn't be, like, we wouldn't get any more revolutions. We wouldn't receive any more pieces of media that were genuinely amazing. We wouldn't be spawning brand new incredible franchises. And we're not. We're just not. We're not spawning any brand new incredible franchises now. We're not likely to be spawning any more brand new incredible franchises anytime soon. And so our once upon a time fear of the remaster kind of needs to pivot to a fear of the new instead of a fear of the old. We've kind of got to accept that the age of getting genuinely new amazing stuff is probably just gone. For a while. Probably for a good long while. And the best that we can hope for is good old stuff being remastered. This is looking thin, very thin. Let's see if we can get a heavy up there. The special forces would also be great. This is looking enormously overly ambitious. Any opportunity to apply some pressure somewhere else? Yes, a little bit here. If I can give them something else to worry about on the rest of their front line, that should pull away some divisions. Finding nothing, god damn it. Honestly, Star Wars could be further degraded if they touched the Old Republic era. I mean, yes. I mean, they already did that. Should be made aware, Arch a bit touch and go with messages. If you don't want to answer, could I Luminous go Discord you? Listen, I'm not that bad. I am not that bad. I am pretty good, frankly. Well... the circum... Oh, it's falling apart. It's all falling apart. Damn it, little robots. You must push harder, little robots. You must push with greater determination. Well, I'm not going to get through there. This is the problem with using the little light droids, your primary fast attack options. Whilst they are very nippy, they don't have quite the oomph to start breaking through places. Especially as my air cover is unfortunately rather spotty. Switch those over there. God, I need more air power. can get the special forces up there. I should be able to close this pocket. This monstrosity of a pocket. Now, I'm noticing more and more troops moving over there too. Not great. Right. Continue the spoiling attacks. I can drag more of their units away. Better odds I can actually get some motion going. He once took 4 years to answer me. Listen. That was probably on purpose at that point. Oh, okay. Well, I do like the fact that you're feeding more stuff in here. Oh, God damn it. The temptation to expand. Yeah, fuck it. Go down there. It's weak. Weakly held. Take it. So the Old Republic era is obviously going to get ruined too. In fact, they did do, I believe it was a series of books on the Old Republic. And they were ridiculous. Not even as in a bad sense, although they were bad, but ridiculous in a they were just ridiculous sense. One of the characters in that series was a rock. A stone. Just a stone. It was just a giant fucking stone who was a Jedi. I admit, I never looked into how just a giant rock could even be a Jedi. I simply kind of assumed that it would be ridiculous on the face of it. A stance I will maintain until proven otherwise. Just a giant rock. Just a giant fucking stupid rock, which they decided needed to have Jedi powers. Why? Well, presumably, literally just because the guy who came up with the giant rock Jedi was thinking, well, I gotta be a bit of a quirk chungus somehow. I've gotta make my mark on the Star Wars franchise somehow. I have to. Through means either sensible or not, get my big, fat, disgusting paw prints all over this thing. And I don't actually really care if that's going to look utterly fucking ridiculous. Because now there's a guy out there who can forever brag about the fact that he not only managed to put a rock in Star Wars, but that he managed to get paid for putting a rock in Star Wars. Annoying, my poor control over this area. Right, get some more fighters in there. Break off some of those. This entire offensive has turned into just the biggest, worst, dumbest clusterfuck in, I think, damn near my entire history of Hearts of Iron. Please close it. Please close it. Please just put a lid on this so that I can fucking kill all of the Mexicans in this godforsaken pocket and establish something that resembles a front line. I have 9 companies of heavies tied up over here doing precisely nothing. I need to change that. Good boys. I'm being pushed over here too. Too many divisions.
Ignorant slut.
Too many bad guys. Keep up the spoiling attacks. They're attacking me over there. They're not trying to end my surround. Frankly, if they want to keep attacking there, then that's better than them attacking here. Bring off half of them. The High Republics. The High Republic. Yeah, excuse me. That was the one. The Old Republic. The High Republic. The books wound up being used to balance the tables holding the Star Wars books people actually buy and read. Yes. They were a disaster. An absolute unmitigated disaster. And deserved to be as well. And the Acolyte. Oh, God. The worst part is, okay, so you've got the heavy hitter of Darth Plagueis, right? Everybody who's into Star Wars knows about Darth Plagueis. Everybody's into it, is interested in his idea and in his backstory and how he might fit into the setting. He is one of their, like, core boogeyman character, like a Horus-level threat. And they decide to finally pull out this big bad, this incredibly interesting, incredibly longed-for character in The Acolyte, of all shows. I do love that. It's like resurrecting... It's like resurrecting Michael Jordan. Is he dead? I don't think he's... Oh, God, no. Indians, do not break. Do not allow this surround to go on any longer. I must go north. I must hurry north. Fucking go north. North now. It is like resurrecting Michael Jordan, assuming that he was dead, which I don't think he is. Resurrecting Michael Jordan, only to have him play in the Women's Basketball League. That is the rough equivalent of doing that. And then to tease him too at the end of The Acolyte, as if they're like, right, we know this is a very bad TV show, and we very much so doubt the ratings are ever going to allow us to make a second season. How do we give ourselves at least a snowball's chance in hell of being able to continue to draw a paycheck from Disney? I know. Let's just tease Darth Plagueis at the end. No dialogue, no idea, no hint at what he might be doing there or anything. Just literally have his hand pop around a corner for 5 seconds. And maybe that'll be enough to cause enough internet outrage to make Disney cash out checks for another 6-7 months. Am I attacking into that? I am. Stop. Night Shroud, so in the age of remasters, what would you like to see done? Wait, did I skip? Did I skip? Yes, I skipped Yokota. They won't, it's clear as day. Fans love Cal Cestus, but they're still trying to sell a Mam Solo. Well, okay, so there was also, oh god, they're actually gonna break this fucking surround by attacking my Indians. I feel like the Germans right now. I feel like the mid-century Germans, and my allies are the Italians. That is very much so what this feels like right now. As I look north and shout, Mussolini! I mean, it's the wrong side of the globe, I admit, but I very much so feel as if I'm allied with the fucking Italians right now. It is a deeply distasteful emotion. I do imagine more than once that the bad mustache man would have looked south or just stared at a globe in his headquarters and just whispered deeply and darkly, that fucking Italian prick, Mussolini. Every night spent dreaming of new and inventive ways of flaying him alive. And quite possibly every Italian that the Austrian man had ever encountered in his life. Right, okay, we're stabilizing. How are you doing? Oh, right, so it's been 5 seconds. I've just been panicking. That's fine, that's fine. I've just been panicking, that's all. Speaking of panicking, I need some more people to instill order here. Right, well, at least the attrition is finally beginning to turn my way. That's enjoyable. And I do have a load more blimps. Right, get more blimps, have them start to fly. Ground support. Anything and everything we can do to make it more difficult for them to attack my lines. As... well, they're trying to do the exact same thing to me that I'm trying to do to them. Overload the lines in as many places as humanly possible to draw resources away from where it matters. Clever little AI, frankly. But yes, no. What was I going to say? Yes. I saw a thing. I think it was... no, it was skins. It was skins for something. I think it was some sort of, like some sort of free-to-play, throwaway, collaborative game or something that they had. But one of the special skins was Mara Jade. that's interesting to me, because Disney has appeared absolutely just unreasoningly allergic towards Mara Jade. At every turn, every time they've had even the slightest opportunity to do anything with her, they've blatantly ignored it and done something exactly the opposite. So the fact that this was probably the first fucking spot I've had of Mara Jade in the wild on an actual Star Wars project, that was a little interesting to me. Because there's another character that everybody wants and that Disney just can't give them, largely because of ideological reasons. It is a data point. Night Shroud. So in the age of remasters, what would you want to see done? I would see Alien and Terminator, but what about stuff in the late and early 90s and early 2000s? Right, so in the age of remasters, basically, I want them to start throwing a little bit of mud at the wall and see what sticks, because the audience today is going to be very different from the audience back then. See, the audience, they broke through, didn't they? Motherfucking humping pieces of cow. Come, okay, just, can I break through there? I can't know without heavies. I can't believe you fucking Italians. North. Must go north. There's so many. There are so many. Just go north. Just go north. Just go north. There's so many. There are so many. North. Because back in the day, when they were making stuff, they were making toys, basically. The idea back then was very, very simple. We want to sell toys. That's where the real money is in. Mass producing of toys for kids. That's where the cash is. We want cash crops, and toys are it. And so, to sell the maximum number of toys, they needed to create something that kids could get invested in. Things like giant robots with laser guns, for example. Or people piloting jet fighters. Or the entire G.I. Joe toy line is literally just like war toys. It's somebody going, right, what do young boys like? Well, war games, right? They like playing with guns and toys and military stuff, tanks and aircraft carriers. Cool. So we're going to create just an entire setting that is nothing but tanks and toys and guns and soldiers doing soldier things, with ninjas and redheads and all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, spirit partnership, sure. That has changed. The primary demographic at the moment, as weird as it may sound, isn't really kids anymore. The primary demographic now is actually going to be adults, first and foremost. If you're going to want... Oh, they're down to using gliders against me. Right, well... Judging by that, I think I'm winning the air war. Yes, quite confident. If they're using gliders for air superiority, I'm pretty sure that the air war is beginning to tilt in my favor. Adults are going to be the trendsetters here. And then the kids will follow. The children will absolutely follow. Once you've established your Fortnite, which was originally intended to be a free-to-play kind of shooter, very much so intended again at the adult audience, the kids will follow. Once you establish the culture. Because now, what you've got to do is you've got to build this up from the ground. You've got to build the culture first. Because the culture back then was young boys like action and war games. Okay, easy enough. Now the culture is radically different. The culture has grown far more androgynous and feminized. If you want to bring back that culture of boys liking war games, you've first got to deal with that, which means you have to appeal to the old guys. Which, incidentally, the benefit of this will be they're also the guys who buy toys right now. Listen, kids don't give a fuck about toys anymore. Like, listen. My young cousin's list of, like, things they want for Christmas, it isn't toys, right? It might be a Lego set or something like that, or like dinosaur stuff. Like back in the day, at least, there was dinosaur stuff. Now, what they want is V-Bucks. They want virtual currency for whatever game they're currently playing. They want Fortnite skins. That's what they want. Computer things. Or premium currency to be used in the variety of free-to-play games that they're currently obsessed with. I don't like how you're getting over here. Please, 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 please. Indians, just hold out a little bit longer. Fucking Italians. Just Italians, get a grip. Get a grip, Italians. Get a fucking grip. Get a clue. Hold on. I'm trying as hard as I can to close this godforsaken pocket and wipe out an absolutely enormous quantity of Mexicans. I just need you to hold on. Hold on, Italians. This is exactly how the bad Austrian man felt as he watched Italy invade Albania and somehow struggle. This is exactly how he felt when he saw the Italian armies move into Greece and have their asses absolutely handed to them. The Italian-Greek War, by the way, fascinating little moment in history, that. Absolutely intriguing little moment of history, where a nation was basically defeated partially by the terrain, but primarily by their own absolute overwhelming hubris, where they were so convinced, and not for any reasons of their own accomplishments or achievements, mind you, but by the achievements and the accomplishment of their allies, that they could simply just move in and beat up their smaller nation with no issues whatsoever. No preparations, no organized logistical train, no supply focus, no attempts to scout the area, no attempts to get collaborators or figure out where they were going, or even to move the army. Like, ever since the Napoleonic era, it was common knowledge that when you wanted to move a huge number of dudes through any sort of terrain, you needed to map out the routes you were going to take, because you can only fit so many dudes on a single road. And so if you're gonna move 100,000 men, you better identify like 15 different roads to move them on. None of that at all. 13,000 manpower. Oh, that was delicious. Oh, that was very, 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 very delicious. That was very, very, very delicious. That was my entire army, basically. Equivalent. Wiped out. Very excellent. Very, very, very excellent. Now, the only problem is that does still leave me with a somewhat overextended front line that I'm still not entirely sure how I'm going to man. Yes, that remains a slight problem. Shift over more of the fighters there. The war against the Mexicans has both been... Oh, God. The immediate temptation is to cut across here to destroy everything else to the north of me. But I don't know if my already overstretched fucking defensive line is going to hold that. Right, first thing first. What have I've freed up like 4 companies of Foids, which it's not as huge as I was hoping. Alright, we can maybe free up a couple more units there. The key is the heavies. Can we close this gap with the heavies we've got at hand? Yes. Can we hold it open with the heavies we have at hand? Conceivably. Listen, we've been winning so far by massively, hilariously overstretching our supply lines. Why would we not continue to do so? Why would we not continue to act as the Italians did? I just complained about how the Italians didn't understand warfare, and I am now resolved to do exactly what the Italians did. Why? Because, well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. That's why. To be fair, whilst their southern advances are a little bit dangerous, I do imagine that they're probably hurting pretty bad under the air attacks. They're gonna be bleeding pretty aggressively under all of this, and I do have 10 divisions of light mechs. Running speed, max records, max planning, hot chance. This division attack and my minus 5 is not great, especially this planning speed is useless for me. What about you? Can you be a better officer, please? Hoarder, division speed. No, that's about the worst conceivable thing for you. That is just about the worst. And no more command points. Right, well, Helena, you're going to be in command of the light ones for a while then. Good luck. You're going to need it. That'll be 10 more companies. Even if they're poorly trained, they should be enough to at least hold the front line. Right. And you can fall back, that's fine. Special forces. They fall back. And then we'll counterattack into them. And probably sweep. For a moment there, I thought, maybe I go far south. Maybe I go all the way down south and cut off their bridgeheads across the massive river. No, we are not going to do that. We are not going to do any such thing, because our lines are overextended as it is. We shall not overextend them even further, as we are planning to overextend them already. We have to have some limits on our idiocy. Even if our limits do not need to be many or sensible. What could go wrong? That's a good question, Thomas Watson. What could go wrong? Everything. Everything could go wrong. Terribly so. Right, they could slip in there, but do I care? Not really. Right, if I can just get it to that province. God damn it. Good. Right, lovely. And one more of the lights. Just race through. Don't stop. If the Mexicans get in your way, the instructions stand. Don't stop. Just speed bump their little asses and keep going. Problem with that idea is that it's going to be the light ones taking the lead, which means they're probably going to get their asses broken. It's good. Heavies are moving back up. Reassign the lights. Yes. It's working. Why, yes, I would like bitier dogs. Thank you very much. Give me the multi-barreled thing first, though. Smashy, smashy. Okay, well, their aggressions to the south are still continuing. Although that looks like an... That looks like an opportunity. Cancel your training. It's time for some real-life combat experience. They're just robots. Who cares? Normally, I'd feel bad about tossing raw recruits into the line of fire carelessly like that, but... when they're just robots, when they're just clankers, does it matter? No, it doesn't. They're not really alive, and therefore their lives have no true value. That is a matter of absolute truth, by the way. We will hear none of this nonsense around here that robots can have souls. None of that. None of that. None of that. They cannot. If a robot ever appears human, it is simply a sign that we have grown very good at making robots that can pretend to be human. Not that we've made life. Robots cannot be alive, chat. Life requires a soul, and a soul is a strange, ephemeral thing that we don't really quite know what is, but we know it's there. At least, I want to believe it's there. Okay? I want to believe it's there, and therefore it's there. Simple as. It is my comforting lie, my religion. I like to believe in the soul. Because without souls, we're just silly little meat puppets, and I don't want to be a silly little meat puppet. I have no intention of being a silly little meat puppet. Simple. Right, well, the new lights did well enough. In fact, I'm half tempted. Just keep training them for now. Let's not do anything risky with them. No risking it for the biscuit. The biscuit is theoretical. The biscuit is ephemeral. We don't even know if there is a biscuit yet. And therefore, as we are unaware of the truth, the reality, and the real purpose of the biscuit, we shall not risk anything and everything in the name of the biscuit. Not until we know more about the biscuit's true purpose. Good, good. Continue sweeping northwards. If the enemy cannot prepare a defense, then the enemy cannot defend themselves. As is relatively obvious. Good, 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 good. Right, well, this second offensive looks like it's going to be a lot more successful than the previous one. A distraction. The story of women falling in love with AI chatbots is mind-blowing. Oh, it's not just women. This is becoming a thing now. Oh, damn it. Why did you close my little Streamlabs window, you stupid computer?
Are you ready to wreck this yellow mare's
Don't do that.
fluttery,
You're being gay.
butt?
It's not just women. There was, I think, recently, Elon announced that he was going to shut down the little silly companion thingies for Grok Imagine, the little talky ones. Which I think is fine. They weren't particularly interesting, they weren't particularly good, and they were kind of cringe, so if he wants to kill them, more power to him. But already, a lot of the classical Redditors were deeply upset that Elon was destroying their AI waifus. China recently made it illegal to create chatbots capable of romantic relationships. This is going to be a genuine problem for humanity as a whole. We are going to see more and more people begin to have well, straight up romantic feelings for chatbots and robots. That's gonna happen. And it's only going to grow more pronounced as the robots get better at pretending to be human. Or, well, actually, precisely, it is only going to be more pronounced as the robots get better at pretending to be the perfect human. Because being human, of course, comes with all kinds of annoying little caveats like headaches and mood swings and all of that. Whereas a robot is free for all of that. It's going to be a real, genuine societal problem. Do I want to fall back here? Preferably not. And I don't really know how we're going to deal with it. I think the only real way of dealing with it is it's going to have to be religious, I suspect. Because the problem with state-enforced bans on this stuff is that the state is never going to be viewed as the good guy. Never. And in this case in particular, the state is not going to be viewed as the good guy. And which means that their prescriptions will not be seen as moral prescriptions. They will be seen as abuses of power, basically, as illegal, immoral bans upon everybody's favorite AI chatbot waifus, which is going to increase resistance against it markedly. Which is going to make the bans probably a lot less effective, if not indeed outright pointless and worthless at the end. I wonder. Let's see if we can break through there with the lights. Right. Enemy is starting to get stuck. If only the Italians would fight harder. I need to try and sweep them. I need to be able to cross these rivers fairly quickly. Sweep my robots, sweep! Before the south grows tenuous. Well, grows tenuous. Increasingly more so is perhaps a better way of putting it. If they can break through, I feel like they probably should be able to. Send in the heavies there, they should be able to take care of them easily enough. Then the lights. And if we get through there, it'll be a nice little surround, bonus surround. Okay, good. Keep going. In fact, one heavy ought to be enough. There. Keep going. Sweep. Do not allow them to get stuck anywhere and become annoying. I am surprised that, Indians. I was going to offer them maybe military access so they could, evacuate some of those troops, but maybe not. Maybe the Indians will become my enemies in the future. Maybe I like it if the Indians lose all of their manpower. Perhaps I would find that desirable. I've decided that I do find that desirable. Well, look at you, all eager to get a nice little breakthrough, and now what are you doing? Now you're all kinds of stuck deep in the doo-doo, aren't you? Yes, you are. Very, 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 very fucking unfortunate for you. That should lessen the pressure on the southern front somewhat. God damn it, Italians, just hold your goddamn ground, Italians. Stand and fight. I beg you, just stand and fight. That's all I ask of you. Oh, there's actually quite a few Italians over there, actually. Right. Oh, not Italians, Mexicans. There's quite a few Mexicans entrapped by the Italians and their honeyed words. Smash that. Shroud, but do servitors have souls? What if you bind a ghost into the robot? Then it's alive. Servitors are alive. Just like there is no doubt that robots are not alive, it is undoubtable that servitors are alive. If we were to take a person and through a process that would be both cruel, unusual, and deeply immoral, turn him into a robot, then that is now a living robot. That, yeah, it's a cyborg at that point, really. Yeah, cyborg. Crush, crush. Heavy incinerator. I do like the sound of that. We've invented the incinerator. It is very useful at incinerating many people. How can we make it better? We can make it heavier. Fair enough. Demolition, definitely. Yes, demolition. We can make it grosser. Grosser incinerator. Alright. They still have enough stuff to attack me with. I'm impressed by their determination, if nothing else. Right, have we gained air superiority now? Yes, we have. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And the north is at long last mine. Thank God for that. Now I've just got to do that again. Say that in German, grosse incinerator. I don't know what the German word for incinerator is. I don't know. I have no idea. Ouroboros is still hanging on, but not by much. My poor little neighbors. They trusted me to come to their aid. That was stupid. That was a foolish mistake. I cannot say otherwise. It was just a foolish mistake. They should have known that I would not wish to commit suicide quite so easily. And to be fair, considering how heavily stressed I'm dealing with the tacos, I think I would have...
Ignorant slut.
I don't think I would have been able to help much dealing with everything else. Right, that finally frees up some goddamn units, thank Jesus. Not as many as I would have wanted, but... frees up the special forces, which is a big deal. Right, what's our next adventure? Yeah, Qatar, what about the Necrons then? Do they have souls, despite maybe having sold them to some old race god? Yes, the Necrons have souls. Why? Because they were entrapped within the machines by powers beyond our imagining. See, it's fine for them to have souls because they have souls because of magic, right? It's just magic. And you don't have to explain magic. In fact, you should never explain magic. Magic does whatever the fuck magic wants to do. Simple as. My question now is, where do I attack? I feel like I don't have enough dudes to, Well, if I attack here, I could liberate more voids, which would be very useful. But if I attack here, I can destroy more of their offensive units. Question is, how would I attack there? Alright, you are going to go over there, and along with the light mechs, you should be able to close that up, actually. And if I throw in the heavy mechs, that should be more than enough. Alright, so 4 divisions of basic infantry. And loads of light bots. Maybe we try some smaller surrounds now. Let's chip away at them a little bit. We've finally... Deathclaw 8RT. Well, there you go. I was talking about how them getting back home was a victory in and of itself, and that's why. Even if they don't find anything, so long as they get back home, that's a pretty good job. Unfortunately, that still does not mean that they're always going to get back home. Sometimes they're just going to get eaten. That'll help me out there. I really should get started on making bigger, better bows. Yes, explosive bows, piercing bows, magical metal bows of incredible power. And 6 heavies. Right, the 6 heavies should be able to get something done. Let's relocate. I've kind of just got to fall back here as they're slowly pushing me. I'm inflicting plenty of damage as I'm going. Good, good. Tire them out. The Mexicans will grow tired of their violence eventually. What am I saying? Browns growing tired of violence? What an utterly preposterous and absurd notion. I can't believe such absolute idiocy actually managed to leave my lips. Ah, of course not. They will never grow tired of violence. It is deeply ingrained within their very being. More and more, I do in fact believe that to be true. I think there is something about violence that is almost inherent to the Brown. The Brown enjoys it. It revels in it. It finds purpose in it. And there are worse things to find purpose in, I suppose. Even if only relatively few things. So how by special forces getting set up? I'm just about ready for their next endeavor. Good. Right. Start falling back a little bit. Drag them in. No reason not to. Once the lights are in position. Right. Ample heavies, ample support. Oh boy. This is gonna be interesting. first and foremost, how many units do I actually have to hold this open with? That's an important question. That's a lot more provinces than I was anticipating. That's a lot more provinces than I was anticipating. This is going to be a slightly shallower thrust than what I was hoping for. I wish I could figure out how I had the perfect setup with these guys once upon a time. It was very comfortable. Now it uses the same keys for unselecting units as all units, as unselecting one unit. Like that! Deeply upsetting. Select division, click, control, right click. I wish they wouldn't do their little patches where they change that, because it upsets me greatly when they do their little changes. There, spread them out. One company per territory, right. Far from perfect coverage, but good enough for government work. That's 9 fucking companies standing in front of my division. My heavies there, that's a little bit too much. Okay, let's try a different path. Oh, they're sending in everything they've got at me. Well, okay, try and disrupt them a little bit. Mikada, I'm enjoying stretching this concept to its limits. So what about the Titans? Their pilots are said to haunt the machine, so Titans have souls. Well, that depends. Are those actually inside of the Titan? Do we define them as being an internal part of the Titan? As being a, integrated element, I suppose? Or do we define them as things actually literally haunting the Titan? Because that would be a pretty significant difference. Because you could have a thing be haunted by something without that having a soul, right? If a house has ghosts in it, and ghosts are real, by the way, as I've explained at length previously, ghosts exist. I know that because I've seen one. Then you still wouldn't say that the house has a soul just because the house is haunted. Launch a spoiling attack there. I'm not going to expect you to get through, but I'm going to expect you to make a bit of a mess of it. There, we definitely want to start pushing in here a bit, though. I imagine they're going to want to counterattack pretty aggressively once that begins closing. Oh. Oh. There doesn't seem to be anything back here. Well then. Oh, don't mind if I head on through. So far, the AI had been pretty damn good about putting out rear guards and defense in depth. But I guess cutting down so many of their units have finally made it a bit harder for them to sustain. Excellent. Well, in that case, go, go, go! Tempted to start expanding outwards, then. Alright, make it more difficult for them to get in there. Right, and yep, there we go. There's the counterattacks. Don't worry. We've got forces enough to close this before they can get far. I hope. Or would you consider the house to have a soul at that point? I mean, if the ghost is inhabiting the house, is that still a structure it inhabits in the same way that a human would inhabit a house? Or does a spirit inhabiting an object become the object? There's an interesting Japanese idea around that, where, what was it? If an item has been used for 100 years, or something like that, I think it was, then it gains a spirit. Then the item becomes alive through its usage. Arms Workshop, which is a nice way of thinking about it, honestly. I like the idea of that. It's a very cute idea. This thing that if you have... Oh, I haven't even... experience gained daily. On training job. 8th generation chance. Concept detection. On the job training. And ground support, obviously.
Can I smell your feet?
I'm pretty sure... Ah. I don't want more to max it out. I liked the idea of that, because if you've got a thing that has been used for ages, you know, been lovingly used, you do kind of build relationship with things that you've used a lot, right? They become more than just what they are, you know? A favorite hammer becomes more than just a hammer. It becomes your favorite hammer. You know its heft and its weight, and you grow attached to it. So the idea of them gaining spirits is nice. I like it. And the exact same reason why I like humans having souls. It's appealing, romantic. This is looking like another rip-roaring success. Yes, destroy their hopes and dreams of escaping. Make them realize that only captivity awaits, and that is if they're lucky. I don't know if I take prisoners. I think I do. I mean... Diana did start out as a very good girl, although she has been getting rather upsetty spaghetti lately. Old Diana would definitely take prisoners. Old Diana would definitely have taken prisoners. Not sure about new Diana. New Diana is very angry after the Roman LARPers burned her home to the ground. And there was also the whole enslavement of her favorite children thing that happened as well. New Diana might not take prisoners. There's a decided possibility that a new Diana does not take prisoners. In which case, there's going to be a lot of dead tacos. A tremendous quantity of dead tacos. Oh well. Toppings for pizza. Unironically, so ground meat, taco ground meat, so you know, the little bit of spice in there. Have I been forgetting to do the damn fucking thing, by the way? I have. Fucking satellite network. I've been forgetting to build the goddamn fucking satellite network. 47. I'm so close to. You know what? Just save that up until I can get it. It's fine. Just save that up. I want my super aircraft. What was that about? Breakthrough or heart attack? I could use some soft attack, honestly. What was I on about? I feel like I was on a roll about something. Even though I'm not entirely sure what it was. I'm sure I was on a roll about something. Oh well, whatever it was, it's lost to the ether now, never to be seen again. Forevermore. Now, Shroud, but does a Titan have agency from the ghost? Ah! See, that's a good point, because that would be a very important differentiating factor, wouldn't it? How do we answer if an item inhabited by a thing is the thing? Well, does it have agency? That's a very good point, clever chat. Very clever little chatty patties. If the item has agency, then the ghost is inside the thing, and therefore the thing is alive, because the ghost is the spirit that makes the thing alive. If the item does not have agency, then the item is not alive, because the spirit inside of it is not granting it the ability to be alive. I like this. I like this idea. Oh, another 9,000. Excellent. This is a good theory. I like it. Right. Well, I finished the surround, but I don't necessarily have enough troops to close it, actually. Now that I look at it. Okay, well, push forward wherever you can. Get as much of them out of the way as possible. Oh, porkers, hello there. The Japanese have taught me this. What have the Japanese taught you, porkers? See, now Porkers is saying that she's been taught something. I don't like that. Every time Porkers says... See, I'm normally the one who imparts fairly cursed knowledge upon other people, but not with Porkers. She's always the one who imparts cursed knowledge. She is in possession of nothing but terrifying things. Her brain is a hellscape from which there is no escape. It's true. Oh God, the endless stretches of Mexico continue to expand out in front of me as I despair of ever reaching the end. The endless expanse of fucking Mexico. God, I am so definitely gonna need more fucking Amazons. Alright, another goddamn 10 divisions of Amazons. Another 10 of heavies as well. And if only my manpower could bear it, I'd order more of everything else. It is known, Khaleesi. I just finished Game of Thrones again, by the way. Because I was watching House of the Dragon, and I was like, what's this shit? This is just shit. I'm not enjoying it. I'm not having fun. I'm not having the funsies. My body and soul is not experiencing the joy, happy joys from this at all. And so I want to go and just watch Game of Thrones again. And so I did. And you know what? Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Well, a lot of it is, anyways. You can really see things begin to halt along around, like, the 7th season. You can really tell that things are beginning to not really be quite what they were around the 7th season. Everything grows a little darker, a little grayer. All of the scenes a little less interesting. All of the characters a little less interesting. Everything is visibly getting worse. That was upsetting. It is very upsetting. But it still's good for a while. Until eventually you arrive at the final season and the darkness just sets in. All at once. It's just dark now. Everything is sad now. Everything is sad. Everything is a tragedy. And one of the the biggest factors in everything becoming sad and tragic is that all of the payoff is no longer there. Like, the show consistently has a bit of a problem with unsatisfying deaths. Deaths done more for shock value rather than necessarily enhancing the story. And don't get me wrong as well, a good death can have tremendous positive effects on a story because it builds attachment. It teaches you that there are stakes in this world. And stakes are very, very important, and all too often, all too rare in modern entertainment. So things like Ned Stark, the execution of Ned Stark, was a very, 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 very effective way of building tremendous stake, of making it clear that anybody and everybody could die. The problem was who continued dying. That was the issue. Because throughout it all, the good guys keep dying. The best of the characters keep dying. And that works very well for creating a world that feels constantly tense, like you're not sure what's going to happen, the heroes are struggling, all of that. But it also means that the world grows lesser every step of the way. It grows darker and more hopeless, and not in a good way, more in a, God, I don't know, why am I even watching this kind of way? Like, when too many of the characters that you are supposed to be invested in are no longer there, it becomes increasingly easy to ask yourself what even is your investment in the story. And eventually, there's only really bad characters left to kill off. All of the remaining good characters are too pivotal. You can't kill them anymore. You can't kill Daenerys. You can't kill her, because if you kill her, the story ends. And indeed, her dying is the end of the story. She's the last villainous character, in essence. You can't kill Jon Snow, which is why it becomes a particularly kind of embarrassing walk back, and this is the reason why The Winds of Winter has never and will never be written, by the way, because George R.R. Martin, this was his plan. He knows that he has to resurrect Jon. He knows. And he's been building up to it for a very long time, with things like Madame Coldheart, for example, which of course isn't actually in the television show, but with the Priest of Moor being able to resurrect people. What is his name? I forget his name. So he's been building up to it, and so it's not like resurrecting Jon is going to be like a Deus Ex Machina, just wave of the magic wand either. He's been preparing for this to happen. It's just that it's going to feel like an embarrassing walk down. It's going to feel like we know you had to do that. That was your last hero. That was your only remaining heroic character with the ability to actually drive the story. And so your attempt to go, oh, is he really dead? Falls completely flat on its face. And the very fact that everybody has called it makes it worse, as you've definitely got a lot of ego going on with George R.R. Martin right now. He doesn't want people to be right. He doesn't want them to have called his big twist. And everybody has called his big twist because his big twist wasn't much of a twist at all. I very much so doubt we're ever going to see Winds of Winter. And if we're going to see it, it's going to be such a tortured, like, negotiation between George R.R. Martin's ego, basically, and the expectations of the audience that it's not gonna be very good. I'm getting pushed up again up there. No longer are the Italians in a position to continue to sabotage me, which is nice. But unfortunately, that also means that the Italians are no longer in a position to support me. And they did support me, on occasion. You know what? Fuck it. Wee ball. Fuck it, wee ball. I am going to make the educated bet that the enemy has got nothing to stand in my way if I decide to just race towards the river crossings, full fucking force and speed. Nice and simple. Let's see you stop me, if you can. I don't think you've got the dudes. In fact, I'm pretty sure you don't got the dudes. And well, that offensive will pretty much manage itself. Now I need to focus on closing this one. Let's push them into ever smaller little places. I'm gonna try and send in a rescue party. I don't think they're gonna reach me though. And even the deaths of the villains weren't satisfying. Like, if you want a good, satisfying villain death, you've kind of got to do it in such a way that feels cathartic as well, right? If you're gonna kill a character like Cersei, who has done pretty much nothing but ill, like, initially, Cersei was, in many ways, quite sympathetic, honestly. Like, she tried to get Ned Stark off, of course. She tried to send him to the wall. She was just trying to protect her children. All sympathetic reasons for Cersei to continue to exist. Nothing wrong with any of that. God, why am I losing so many fucking proximity fuse launchers? Why is that the one thing that my dudes keep dropping for some reason? But as she goes madder and madder and more power hungry, she becomes less and less sympathetic. She becomes more and more of just a pure asshole villain. Like, the end of Cersei is it's a terrible end because she decides to go down fighting to the bitter end. Like, she rejects any attempts at a truce, she executes Missandei, and she just goes like, no, I'll totally win, I'm just gonna burn it all to the ground. That's not really Cersei's character. Again, Cersei's entire thing is that she values her family above all others, and the reason why the other characters like Jaime and Tyrion continue to try to appeal to her to surrender is specifically because that's what they understand of her character. She is pregnant. She will want to save her baby. She wants to continue living with Jaime. These are the things she values. Except she doesn't. Now she values ruling more than her family. It's a massive deviation from Cersei's previous position and personality. And it makes her feel evil. Like, just evil. And, okay, fine. You want to have more of an evil tilt to Cersei. You want to make her more of a core bad guy because you're running out of bad guys. And the Night King, you can't really make him into a good, satisfying bad guy because he's just evil. And just evil? Just evil isn't a satisfying conclusion either, right? Even if you kill him, it's not like oh, that evil bastard, I'm so glad he's gone. No, he's a force of nature, more so than anything. It's like being happy you defeated the sky, you know? You can't really get satisfaction out of it. But the bad guy, you absolutely can get satisfaction out of beating the bad guy, but you don't even get a satisfying end for Cersei. How does Cersei die? Is she executed? Is she tortured? Is she killed like she killed others? Like how she executed the Sand Snakes by making her daughter watch her be poisoned slowly in front of her? You know, do you get a moment of just watching Daenerys go full fucking ham on her, invent some awful execution methods, like way worse than just burning her to death? No, she just dies under bricks falling, with Jaime right there in her arms. That's not a satisfying fucking end. That's a good end. That's a nice ending. That's the kind of ending you should have given to some of your fucking heroes. That is the biggest failure of the final season of Game of Thrones, in my opinion. Just no satisfying endings, no satisfying deaths, no good deaths for the heroes, and far too good deaths for the villains. And don't get me started on the fucking dragon. Oh, God. How they killed the dragon. So, the first dragon at least gets a fairly heroic death, right? It gets killed fighting the Night King. It gets killed in a retarded way, in that the Night King is apparently just a mobile fucking artillery piece, once and never again, mind you. He doesn't do that shit ever again. But, okay, fair enough. That's a good end for the dragon. And the second dragon, how does the second dragon die? The second dragon gets 3 fucking 60 no-scope headshotted from 5 kilometers away by a deck-mounted ballista on a ship weighing in the wind, as the warship also, by the way, are stuck between 2 cliffs, which is probably the area with the most currents you could possibly imagine. That shot was taken from the single least stable platform you can think of. And furthermore, nobody saw this. No, nobody saw this. The dragons didn't see it. The fleet didn't spot it. You didn't see the armada of giant black-sailed warships on the horizon. It's not like they were fucking hiding. Their sails were fully unfurled. Oh my God. They're so annoying. Oh, bot. Cheeto. That's a lot of companies. I didn't expect this to be quite this big of a round, and yet there it is. Yeah, Qatar, it couldn't be worse than what Sanderson did to the Stormlight Archive. Such a disappointment that was. I haven't read Stormlight Archive, and everybody's told me that apparently it's great, but the ending is unbelievably bad, which makes me not want to read it. See, part of me is a big proponent of the idea that, like, the journey is worth it in and of itself. Like, if the journey's good, then even if the destination isn't quite what you wanted or your ideal, it's still a journey worth taking. It's still worth experiencing, right? But when it comes to books, I don't know if I agree with myself. Because a TV show, like, I can watch a TV show, I can put it on the background, I can watch it a little bit, like, pseudo half-heartedly, you know? But a book, I get into books. I build relationships with books. I enjoy them too much. So to have a book with a really bad ending, and if I know it's a really bad ending, oh, that sounds like fucking torture. That genuinely sounds like fucking torture. That really sounds like torture. Remember, the show was being written from season 5 onwards by 2 frauds without Martin's input. That's true as well. And they clearly didn't do a very good job of it. How long until I get the space survey? 14 fucking god, one. My Fine, we'll bank the research. One satellite short. One fucking satellite short. For the first time in forever, I'm about to burst into song singing Frozen. I actually have some units to position out on the front lines. Right. 2 companies per region. I recently watched Frozen, by the way. I never watched it before because, well, I don't really know if I cared, honestly. But, okay, so that was one of those movies that supposedly was very good, right? A big triumph for Disney. Launched a big franchise, and clearly it did. I didn't get it. I really didn't get it. I also got to the point with the musical numbers, and I was really getting excited then. It's like, oh, musical numbers. I remember how awesome Disney musical numbers used to be. And if this one is like their best in the modern day, then I can really look forward to something, right? That's gonna be pretty goddamn awesome. So I'm sitting there expecting like a hellfire, and it's not very good. It's really not very good at all. It's not particularly striking. It's not particularly well sung. It doesn't have a particularly good story. I don't know. It just felt really. It left me sitting there thinking to myself, like, why was this so incredibly popular? What part of this tickled a generation so much so that it's now Disney's one and only, like, modern-day success? Like, it's a woman singing about how, like, it's literally, like, the woman going, oh, now that I'm no longer being oppressed by the world around me, by expectations of patriarchy, I'm all-powerful. Look at me, I can freeze the world. Okay, sure, that's cool, but you do understand that you're causing an enormous amount of suffering by doing this, right? Like, you're not merely inconveniencing people, you're probably killing people right now. A significant quantity of people in all due likelihood. Not to mention the economic damages you're inflicting upon your own country and the loss of prestige in the eyes of the world with this whole thing. You're doing incredible damage right now. And you don't care. In fact, this is all just like, I don't have to hide anymore. Yeah, but I mean, like, your parents didn't hide you away because they were ashamed of you. That was another thing that didn't make sense either. She frames this as if she was made to hide because they were, like, ashamed of her. And they kind of weren't. Her parents didn't mind her powers. They allowed her to use them willy-nilly. She used them frequently to play with her sister. And only when she'd hurt her sister did her parents go like, oh, well, this is pretty dangerous. And even then, the parents weren't the primary driving force for making her, quote, hide away and control her emotions. She did that. She did that because she didn't want to hurt her sister. So the entire framing of the song felt really off to me. Like, okay, but why? Why did she arrive at this conclusion that she was the one being oppressed here? Why did she arrive at the conclusion that it would be totally fine to just freezer this entire country? They didn't do any of this. Fuck, they didn't even know about this shit until you decided to destroy their crops. I didn't really get it. And because the only really thing that comes out of it then is basically female empowerment. Like, let's go crazy. Let your power run amok, regardless of the cost. Like, but why? And if they gave her a motivation, like if her parents were like, oh, you mutant child, you disgusting disgust me. We favor your sister above all. Look, we're gonna give her presents and coddle her endlessly whilst we put you in a locked basement. You know, if they Cinderella'd her, I'd be fine with it, because, duh, she's being abused. But they didn't Cinderella her. She did all of that shit basically out of outrage of an offense that didn't take place. I mean, they made her the heir. At least they could have made her sister the heir. At least they could have, you know, disinherited her somehow and been like, listen, okay, you're a fucking ice witch, and our people are very superstitious. They make up some excuse, and they're worried that the woman who could inflict enormous economic damage on their country if she ever had a fucking hissy-fissy fit would not make the best ruler. Just invent something, victimize her somehow to justify her aggressing upon everybody else. It was a dumb story, and I didn't like it. It was a very silly story. I am overstretching myself again. A lot. Tangled was better than Frozen. I haven't watched Tangled either. God. I've got to go actually watch more modern Disney to get a better understanding of how far things have fallen. I remember watching Moana, and I didn't mind Moana. Like, I watched Moana, and I was thinking to myself, well, I mean, it's hardly groundbreaking or anything, but it's a cute enough story. We had it so good back then. God. Hellfire was so fucking wasted on me. Hellfire was so fucking wasted on my entire generation. My age group in particular, all of it. Like, we didn't understand, we didn't get anything. It's like I remember, like, listening to like things like that, and like, what was it? The opening of Hunchback of Notre Dame, where there's a refrain where they talk about the actions of the priest, whose name I can't recall at the moment. And he's like, he has a bit of guilt for what he did, because they didn't actually mean to kill everybody. And so that's why he's raising the Hunchback of Notre Dame, despite the fact that he's, you know, a monster and so on. And they frame it like he's the bad guy. And obviously he is, because he's abusing him and he doesn't really care for him. He's lacking in the Christian love for the other that he's supposed to represent by being, you know, a good Christian, etc. But the opening refrain has like, who is the monster and who is the man? And it's such a obvious reference to what they're doing in the movie, and yet Child Arch had no fucking clue what that meant. You know, he was just like, well, the monster is obviously the one with the weird fucking humpback. What do you mean, dumbass movie? Look at him, he's a fucking freak. Child Arch did not understand. Child Arch did not understand. And it is unreasonable to expect that Child Arch would understand, frankly. Child Arch did as best as he fucking could, okay? Child Arch is not to blame. Child Arch is innocent in any and all allegations, spurious or otherwise, levied against him. Nice little 4 extra companies picked off there as a bonus. We do love it. We do love to see it. Right, I feel like I was doing something over here. I was. In that I was specifically planning re-establish the front line and then go somewhere else. Although, now that the front lines are getting nice and thin, I'm tempted to just gather everybody up and order a straight-up mass advance. Oh. Where did all of that come from, then? Where did all of that come from? That wasn't there a second ago. Fuck you, mate. You just go tag that province so it's no longer sitting there unclaimed. Right, special forces. Where are you? There you are. Right, let's get you down here. Close that out. Shouldn't be too much of a challenge for you. Guided munitions. Up until now, we hadn't been using guiding munitions because we were retarded. Now, however, we, who are using armies of automatons, have finally decided to put some of that automaton, a know-it-all, inside of our weaponry. It's frankly a rather revolutionary idea, in my opinion. If only I could squeeze out enough. Oops, to close that off too.
Had a decent meal in weeks.
God damn it. And hold your horses. I'm guessing they were shipping stuff in there on boat. The small boat people. Ever a danger, ever a threat. Go on, my little robot. I know you have the ability to close this silly little hole. And to do it before the bad people take advantage of my temporary weakness. Sweep. Yes, I'm thinking a general offensive is on the cards pretty damn soon, once we've closed one or two little pockets. They will no longer be able to stop me. Then they will know true despair. And fear. Much fear. And specialist forces in the area. And escalator to you. I don't have that much fucking manpower to spare, honestly. I'd like it if you could prevent the monsters from eating my fucking people, if at all possible, please. Crush them. We don't need territory. We just need dead dudes. And dead dudes we can get. There, that should be a nice, quick little combat. Excellent. Another defenseless area. I see you're trying to extract your neck from the noose. How very uncooperative of you. Please, put your neck back in the guillotine. I'm not done with you yet. No. No escape. So a normal game is it? We start playing another autism game? Yes! Outlast tries with Mal sometimes, with me and Mal sometimes. I do need to do that, but you're going to have to chisel out a portion of time for us to do that. Last time you chisel... Oh, actually, you know, I don't know if I want you to chisel out another portion of time, Lum Lum. The last time you set aside time to play Outlast Trial, my uncle died. I don't know if I want you to do anything anymore, Lum Lum. I think you might be a walking natural fucking disaster. Perhaps Lum Lum should never ever plan anything ever again. Might be wise. Might be for the best. Almost certainly, in fact. Good, yes. Okay. Do I have a commander for you bunch? I'd rather feel love some. Okay, do we have a human, maybe? You're a human. Do you look convincingly human? Dawned Wind Dancer. Yes, sure, you. As a light in that particular darkness, though, I did get to take. I was allowed to take all of his old illustrated classics. My uncle had a massive collection of old illustrated classic comics, beautifully preserved ones too. I have all of those now. I would have preferred to have my uncle instead, but they are beautiful things. Fond memories of those. Used to read them all the time. They're such good books. Illustrated classics were another sign of how our civilization was beginning to decline, honestly. They're these wonderful little comic books that basically are like pared down versions of classic literature books, which they pare them down enough for them to be kid-friendly, but not so much as to lose the gist of the book itself. So they're a fantastic way to let kids read like really powerful and really interesting books without making them bored. I loved those books. They were excellent. Sadly, the new generation, they're too obsessed with their TikToks and their nonsense pursuits on their phones to value these things. I tried to show them to my cousin's kids, and they're like, look, these are amazing. And they're like, what? Reading? Reading? I've never done anything so pedantic in my life. I swear to God, we need to beat our children. We need to beat children more. We need to punish them harshly for their lack of sense, their lack of taste, their lack of understanding, and priority of good things over their own bad things. It is entirely necessary to institute the tyranny of violence upon younger generations, which will in turn translate into the far more decent tyranny of, well, decency. Yeah? The tyranny of civilization will eventually set in. It's just that it will require frequent abuses of authority and power first. Not later, mind you, first. First the cudgel, then the carrot. Damn it, there's too many of them, aren't there? Yeah, there is. Right, well, I should be able to take over the island easy enough. Hatsu. Come on, surrender the island. There. Now we crush that. Right, this weird, but still entirely functional surround will be next on the priority list. You all... Wait, no, you're still attacking me. Stop that. Actually, that's not gonna work. Let's go over there. I'll paddle a bit. Some spoiling attacks. They should be getting smashed. There can't possibly be that much more resistance left in the tacos. Or so I keep telling myself. There cannot possibly be that much hatred left in them. Soon they will understand the futility of their continued resistance. Exploration for technology. Sure, why not? The last time I did that, I fed the local Deathclaw population. Which is valuable in and of itself. It's sort of like wildlife preservation, which is something we know Diana to be fond of. Uh-oh. I don't have any supplies down here, do I? No, I do not. Continue. It's fine. They're gonna run out of dudes. Special forces are done down there. Excellent. Move the companies up. Close that last little pocket. Last in that particular region, anyways. Can't believe they're still attacking over here. By this point, the AI really should have just been calming down, but it's not. It still has hope. It still believes that this can turn around. It still believes that Steiner's counterattack could actually work. Could Steiner's counterattack actually have worked? No, Steiner's counterattack could not actually have worked. Steiner didn't really have enough stuff for any counterattack to really work. And even had Steiner's counterattack somehow, despite all laws of reality, pulled something off, it would have been at best a very temporary reprieve. Although, if the Allies would have been a little bit more cooperative and headed to Berlin instead of the Russians, that would have saved everybody else a whole fucking heck of a lot of headache later on. Oh, fucking dirty Allies. I'm like, we need to be friends with the Soviets. Do you? Do you truly need to... Are those Canadians? Oh no, they're ponchos. For a second there, I thought I was seeing, like, Canadian mounted red uniforms, mounted police. Like, oh, we can't piss off Stalin. Why not? You've got war plans to invade him right after. You know you hate him. He's a communist. If they'd just taken Berlin, rushed forward, tried to be a little bit more useful, a lot of nonsense could have been avoided. A lot of Germans could have been happy. Or, though, well, to be fair here, if they had rushed towards Berlin, then AfD would have no support whatsoever in modern-day Germany, because none of modern-day Germany would have experienced the bountiful benefits of communism. Oh, I need to get a jet engine going before I can actually develop the rest of the things. Well, fuck. Well, at least I've got the thing there going. Soon we will have super duper advanced aircraft. Right, close this. And then it is general offensive time. Ow. Ow. Oh, filthy fuckers are actually making progress. I don't like that. Are they trying to do to me what I've done to them so many times? I feel like they might actually be. Okay, let's prevent that. Oh. Only I get to make ridiculously massive surrounds. You do not. Special forces. Fuck it. Just move over there. We'll have you bust over that bridge. Zero problems. Close it. Yes, I might have to actually pull something back to deal with this. Probably a good idea. Right, well, fast units, come on. You've got a little bit of time left before I need to pull you back. Let's see if we can close most of that pocket before it's necessary. This is going to wave back and forth for a bit. That's fine. Okay, heavies. We can use you to launch some attacks. And at the end of the day, they're just going to cut themselves off. Excellent, excellent. Excellent. There, that frees up the 10 fast ones, which should be more than enough to deal with this silly little attempt to turn the tables. Lum Lum is innocent? No, chat. Lum Lum has never been innocent. Lum Lum has never been innocent a day in Lum Lum's life. Lum Lum was born into sin and depravity. And in sin and depravity, Lum Lum shall live. By choice, mind you. Nobody's forcing her. And is simply a consequence of her decisions to continue to be a Lum Lum, despite all attempts by the universe to try and have her behave like a normal human being. It's true. Behaving like a normal person is like the worst thing you could conceivably do to a woman. Especially one like Lum Lum. Leave behind some of the droids. Good boys. We will soon have this mess cleaned up. Oh. No, 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 no. I don't think you will be doing that. Don't think you will be doing that at all. I need more defense on my little Amazons. They bend far too easily. Far too easily. Okay, granted that special forces attacking them there, but I need more defensive Amazons. They need to be tougher. Excellent. Alright, my special forces beauties. You should be more than enough to close that out. Which means I now have a bunch of things down here, which could probably be used just to waffle forward. Hatsu. Sneeze. There. If they're planning any more offensives, they're gonna have to do them without any supplies. Not like the AI necessarily mind not having any supplies. Oh god, okay, careful there. Let's not get ourselves surrounded, that would be rather embarrassing. The enemy can't have supplies, because they don't really need to use them to live. I do. Right, piercing bows. I need supplies, even if they don't. I'm surprised they still have enough. I guess they're just gathering up whatever they can from down south. Oh, circumvent that unit of 3. And we've got a broken front down here, so we're just gonna start advancing now. Picking off units as we see them. Anything and everything in our path. Well, dirty bastards. They're actually getting so much terrain, they might actually start regaining some supplies. Start closing down on that. Don't want them to become any more of a threat than the little tards already are. I need more special forces. I need more manpower, first and foremost. I've only got 2,200. Do we just... Yes. Yes, I think we do. We just run amok now. Advance, my pretties. If you encounter opposition, surround it and murder it. Fucking uppity bastards. You're not gonna surround my surround. Don't even try. Why no grand plan? Because grand plan gay. Grand plan unironically gay. It is true. Calm tap for a second. I really dislike the war plan thingy in Hearts of Iron. I really dislike it. It's not very good at doing what it does. It usually just does loads of ridiculously bad attacks. Seemingly mostly to waste your own manpower. And it's incapable even of doing basic things like coordinating attacks, for example. Just deeply upsetting. That should be enough to get through there. And it keeps moving units for no particular reason. I would like a version of the Grand Battle Plan Doctrine thingy-bob, which allows you to use the benefits, which, because you actually do get attack benefits and stuff whilst using it, which I think is gay and dumb and stupid. But abilities to use that while still being able to move the units more carefully. More in detail would be nice. For now, everything just floods forward. Ooh. Everything floods forward. The enemy wants deep operations. I can do deep operations better than them. Any? Nah, they've got these fairly well sorted. Deep Operations Doctrine. Ah, there's a sad tale. Everybody always talks about the Blitzkrieg, right? Because, well, it's achieved pretty amazing results. It's difficult to argue. But the Blitzkrieg wasn't even like a proper organized doctrine. It was more like a generalized idea. Sure, there were, loose guidelines as to how the Blitzkrieg should be operated, but at its core, Blitzkrieg operations was kind of like officially sanctioned Hail Mary assaults, where the idea was, if you could move with sufficient speed to make it impossible for the enemy to intercept your formations, continuously threaten their flanks, thereby forcing them to retreat, you would be able to gain territory by making the enemy unwilling to fight you, and that worked out very, very, very well. Because all of the other enemies that Germany was fighting at the time, they played by the rules. They played by conventional military wisdom. And conventional military wisdom said, very simply, that once you were outflanked, you needed to withdraw so as to not be surrounded. Whenever your flanks were threatened, you needed to leave ASAP. The problem with this in modern warfare was obviously that a fast enough army could simply continue to threaten your flanks indefinitely until you had nowhere left to go. The problem with this is that it can't really be planned for in the way of traditional military maneuvers, as conventional wisdom at the time also said that if you wanted to move large armies effectively, you needed to very, very carefully consider and plan out where all of the armies were going to go. As previously mentioned, with the idea that you want armies to be dispersed, moving along many different axes of advance to make sure that you can actually fit and supply all of those troops onto a theoretical battlefield and or battle space. With Blitzkrieg, all of that kind of ceased to matter, and instead you were simply operating and acting on the immediate knowledge of where the enemy was. If the enemy was here, then your task is to get next to them, to their sides, so that they will retreat yet again. Then you will relocate the enemy and you will force them to retreat again. And whenever you can, whenever able, you will try to outspeed them to get behind them as well. And you're basically counting on all of the formations moving at maximum speed, allowing for the formation of Kesselschlacht, where you could destroy large numbers of units in a circumnavigation. But again, all of this couldn't really be planned for. It had to happen more or less organically, which placed an enormous strain on the commanding officers, and they needed to be of the highest quality. Luckily for Germany, they did have a lot of very high quality officers actually capable of carrying out this doctrine, but Deep Operations Doctrine was a slightly more properly made version of this, where the Soviets, or well, not so much the Soviets, as one man in particular, Mikhail Tukhachevsky, came up with the idea of Deep Operations Doctrine. Deep Operations Doctrine was the idea that you weren't just trying to flank the enemy, because there was nothing theoretically preventing the enemy from simply not retreating, which would leave your own flanks very, very, very exposed to a potential counter-thrust. And indeed, that was something that the Russians would grow quite skilled at eventually against le poor little Goymans. I spot another opportunity for us around. Yes, cut off small, individual, weak, vulnerable units. That's what we like to see. So instead, he designed a plan for a battle space where there simply wouldn't really be any flanks at all, where the purpose was to be surrounded. Formations would break through enemy lines and then spread out, actively seeking out enemy command centers whilst allowing themselves to be surrounded, caring not one bit for the fact that they were outflanked. In fact, being outflanked was largely part of the process. This too had obvious vulnerabilities, as it required an incredible amount of logistical expertise, something that the Russians became very skilled at eventually, or the ability to carry tremendous amount of supplies, or the ability to simply steal, raid, and pillage, which was something else the Russians got pretty good at eventually. Ah. They're actually bordering the Italians again now. It's a strange way for the Italians to finally become worthwhile. Keep going. No pauses. Every little company you grab here is a valuable concession. We are no longer merely doing grand surrounds, we are doing organic surrounds now, as is clear. Because we don't have much more choice. It's grown rather confused. I can't go straight there, unfortunate. For some reason, the enemy continue to conveniently wander their units deeper into my formations. I guess they're trying to just desperately find some way to get ahead of me. Unfortunately, you can't really get ahead of me, because even I don't know where I'm going. You can't... The enemy cannot predict your plan if you don't have one. That was to be the eventual undoing of the Blitzkrieg as well, by the way, in Russia, where the areas that they needed to cross were simply just too goddamn large, without any clear strategic objectives, like seizing cities or oil reserves. The Wehrmacht just kind of disappeared into the steppes and waffled about a bit, trying to figure out, are we going for the oil fields in the Caucasus? Well, that seems sensible. Oh, no, the funny mustache man has decided that we're going for this place called Stalingrad. Why are we doing that? Well, it sits on the river Volga, which is useful. It's also one of their main railway points. See, often it has been suggested that the funny mustache man only wanted to take Stalingrad because it was named Stalingrad. No. The funny mustache man was not the world's greatest strategist by no stretch of the imagination, but he wasn't a complete moron either. He wanted to take Stalingrad because it was a central railway hub, and if it was seized, then the Caucasus region would guaranteeably fall, as all access to reinforcements and supplies there would simply just stop. But obviously, that turned out to be a rather bad idea. Stalingrad was a deliberate trap on behalf of the Soviets, too, where they meant to entrap the enemy's armies in it, and did so wonderfully well. The Germans also made the mistake of trusting the Romanians to guard their flanks, which, I mean, come on. That was a rather big dum-dum, wasn't it? Why would you trust the Romanians, of all people, to guard your flanks? Sigh. In the Romanians' defense, they were basically equipped with nothing, hopes and dreams, to stop a rather large Soviet army, so I'm not blaming them for failing. I'm blaming the Germans for A, not giving them enough stuff, and B, trusting them to do it so in the first place. Good, things are firming up in the north. In the south, it's just one big fucking screaming mess. Just the way we like it. Get that Rio River crossing. Once I've finally dealt with these last little pockets, then I can finally... I've been wishing to do the grand offensive for quite some time now. But the panic of the situation somewhat precluded that from becoming a possibility. There. And you're finally beginning to run out of supplies, are you? Well, actually, no, they're only sort of running out of supplies. Only sort of. Because the AI has a very interesting relationship with supplies, in that they don't really bother about it with them most of the time. Okay, anything else I can grab down here? Oh, careful that you're about to get grabbed yourself. Do not let the enemy grab you. The art of molestation is to grab without being grabbed. If you are the one being grabbed, then you are no longer being the molester. And if you are no longer being the molester, then who is the molester? Somebody who doesn't deserve to be the molester. That's who. Oh, God. Where the fuck did they even pull these guys from? There's still more taco supplies down south somehow. I don't know how they keep pulling these tacos out of their pockets, but they do. Those are exhausted. Should be easy prey. Move more light units down south. At some point, we should probably worry about consolidating some of this, but that is very much so a problem for later, methinks. Very much so a problem for later. Just make sure nothing gets surrounded. There you go. Be a little careful. That's a lot of tacos all of a sudden. Beware the taco, for it is surprisingly sneaky. There. Is V a Romanian troll? No, V is a Romanian philosopher. Not a troll. He's no longer a troll in my eyes. Even though he has a silly little VTuber models that makes him look like a troll. This is true. Silly V. He should understand. VTubing is not for his kind, or for mine. It is the exclusive domain of women. Only women are allowed to do VTubing, in my opinion. Men shouldn't do VTubing. It's weird. It's strange. It indicates, if not a severe, then a mild mental illness. Just a mild one. There are worse things. Significantly worse things, but a little bit. Definitely a little bit. That includes Atari, of course, because he's Swedish. We already know his mental illness. Being born in the wrong country and then raised in the wrong country. As a practicing Muslim, no doubt. You may do some of that consolidation I was talking about. Hopefully that'll... Uh-oh. Careful there, little robot. You're putting yourself in a rather precarious position. Try not to get trapped. Right. Now, am I done up here? No, not quite. Still have enemies to defeat. I have foes yet to conquer. Just smash them. Right, they've got to be running out of dudes. They must be. Have to be. The special forces would be very useful down here right about now. Good, good. Good, that should chase them down. Is there anything in front of me here? Nope, there isn't. Right, you know what to do, robots. If there's nothing in front of you, advance. Ah. That might be where all of those reserves came from. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of stuff in front of my armies anymore. Oh, don't mind if I do. Grab, 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 grab. No mercy for the intruders. And you can go back a little bit. This is getting dangerous for you here. Downright risky business. This is by far the single messiest front line I have ever seen. Definitely the worst one I've ever created myself. Nobody knows where the front is. Nobody knows up, down, left, right, center. Economic resurgence. Well, oh boy. Oh, careful there now. Careful there now. Right, see, that's what I'm afraid of. Yes, 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 yes. Do not get trapped. Extract yourself from the claws of the enemy, please. No losing companies. Right, that should be safe. Oh boy. Mildly stressful, this, actually. See, normally, I shrug at the people who are like, oh, Heart of Iron requires too much micromanagement. That's not true. Barely requires any micromanagement at all, unless you do this. Unless you do this. If you do this, where your entire army is scattered out over a huge area, just running amok, trying to outpace the enemy, then yes, yes, there's a degree of micromanagement involved. Which Paradox made infinitely worse by getting rid of the old system. See, back in the day, in the beautiful days, you had a little thing over here that you could where you could see every combat simultaneously and how it was proceeding. It was so unbelievably useful that Paradox looked upon it and said, no. Because Paradox hates their players. It is true. How else do you explain half the things Paradox do, if not hatred? I saw they had one of their little thingy-bobs, you know, developer diaries the other day, which was talking about factories, like military factories and civilian factories, and for a second, I thought Steam had bugged out and showed me a developer diary from when they originally started developing the game or something, but no. They're doing that now. I guarantee you, they're gonna go in and change the factory system, which I don't think they should. I think the factory system as it works right now is actually quite fine. Fucking with it doesn't really seem necessary. Fucking with it seems to carry far greater danger than it does promise. Current factory system is just fine, in my opinion. Did I finish that jet engine? Nope, 6 more days. You could make it more complex, sure. You could introduce more mechanics, like different factories, like expressly civil good factories. You can basically Victorify it some more, but I don't think there's a point or purpose in it, really. We already have Victoria, 2. 3 doesn't count. And Hearts of Iron isn't supposed to be Victoria. Who knows? They could still expand upon it in an interesting and useful way, but... they've refused to add in proper casualty count so far, and they've refused to add in the far superior old system of doing aircraft, where you could assign them precisely to the zones you wanted them to operate in, instead of the entirely arbitrary random zones that they've got today.
Hello, sir.
I do not necessarily believe that Paradox is operating with my best intentions in mind. Best intentions, best advantages, best benefits, best interests. There we go. That was the word I was looking for. Best interests.
Hello, sir.
In fact, I am frequently convinced of the exact opposite. Right, we have achieved something that resembles a front line, at least. Enough of something to the point where I'm thinking we finally try to hand it over to the AI so it can push forwards aggressively, as right now I'd really like for it to just go ham.
Haven't had a decent meal in weeks.
This will create an interesting little front line. It will. Right, listen. Forward. Maximum aggression. Just forward. Aggressively, angrily. I'll give you plenty of aircraft support. Whatever's in front of you, you bomb it, and then you step on it. Until it is no longer in front of you. That fucking simple. Which, speaking of, is probably going to require some more airfields. And sophisticated air tech. Yes, yes. Yes, fancy aircraft, yes. Advanced power system, atomic age fighters. Everything is going to be so much better when it's all run by atomic power. Now, whilst the AI is doing that, I'll take command over the smaller forces. Paradox in the same boat as BioWare, Blizzard, etc. All the real talent has since left, and the one remaining are more greedy than creative. That is true, although I will say, Paradox still has a good amount of talent at the company. They do. They just need to rail in some of their more excessive things. And, I've actually quite grown to like their idea of subscription, the subscription-based mod thingy. I didn't like that to begin with, and I still don't like it on principle, in that they're going to produce so many mods. See, what would be sensible would be to create some kind of, checkpoint versions of the game, where you could buy, in essence, a checkpoint version to get all of the DLC within that checkpoint. So the base game should get DLC eventually. Where if you've got the game and you've been playing it for a certain amount of time, the base game really should be expanded. And, oh my god, I think the AI is about to try and get some of my divisions destroyed. Yes, I'm very, very sure the AI is about to try and get some of my divisions destroyed, in fact. I'm very certain. Where the base game should be expanding, after the DLC has been out for X amount of years, I really want to just see that DLC as a part of the base offering. Instead, it is eternally separate. It is eternally costing an additional $10 on top of the base game. Never gonna happen, of course, because such a thing would cost the companies money, and there isn't really any particular demand from it from the consumers either, who have unfortunately grown rather content and happy with shoveling over disturbing quantities of cash on a disturbingly permanent basis. Where we now have these games with hundreds of dollars worth of DLC. To the point where you could not possibly reasonably be expected to purchase all of it. Got very little actual organized resistance in front of me here, honestly. That's the special forces. Onto 2 armies. And we'll begin advancing. Well, Mexicans, if you'd like to sue for peace, this would be the time. Not that, of course, I would accept it. But this would be the time. A lot of squeezing there. Good boys.
What's up?
Special forces. Let's see. We can crack through on both sides. Hopefully. Let's help out with the heavies. Unless that might be a little bit too much stuff in ahead of me. Come on, I believe in you. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe believing in you were a terrible mistake. Piercing warhead bow. My bow now has the power of piercing damage. Come on. I know you can do it. There we go. No, no, no. Before the enemy retreats. Thank you. It's for the enemy retreat, I said. There. Another few divisions dealt with. Right. Piercing bow. Let's get that going. Need to upgrade. We have many, many upgrades. Many, 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 many upgrades. Where's the piercing bow? There's the piercing bow. We have a lot of bows to make. You would really think that bows would be somewhat obsolete, regardless of how piercing they'd be, but no. We find a way to make it work, even in a world filled with energy weapons, plasma guns, and other wonderful things. The wonderful contraptions of death and annihilation. Special forces, are they free? They're free. Okay, I'll just have you aid in the destruction of this. Groups of 3.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. For the algorithm and the glory of engagement, thank you, Blake Stevenson. Yes, algorithmic engagement is good. Remember, likes and comments are your way of telling YouTube that you would like Hassan Piker to be smaller than me. It's the only way you can do it. It's going to require a lot of likes to make me overcome Hassan Piker. He is a very large boy. But it is possible. But only through you liking and commenting. and doing all of the little dumb things that YouTube require you to do to see me boosted in the algorithm. Or, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Boosted is probably never going to happen, but further, you know, more advanced, up there. I remember the time that Lindsay Ellis and the Nostalgia chick got cancelled, quote unquote, by her own side. And she was complaining that her channel was dead. It existed only on algorithmic inertia, as she gained, I think it was 1,000 subscribers per day. That was algorithmic inertia to her. Man, I wish I was a progressive. I fucking wish I was progressive. I think I could have done pretty well as a progressive, honestly. I'm almost certain I could have had a brilliant career as a progressive. Everything would have been so much easier. The grass, so much greener, so much more succulent. Granted, the company would suck, but... you know, so what? You can buy a company. Dancer, Wind Dancer. Dawn Wind Dancer got a virus. That is very unfortunate for Dawn Wind Dancer. She's just gonna have to fucking get over it. Oh, no, I don't know what to tell you. We're at war. Everything sucks. Right. You may begin attacking stuff. I don't know what to tell you. It's war. It sucks. Do I need the jet fighter? I think I need the jet fighter. The capture of the Lost Hill bunkers with chaps of North America losing Lost Hill bunker. Has defeated Lost Hills in a war. Ah, the NCR being their usual oppressive asshole-ish selves. They do enjoy being oppressive assholes, they really do. How? That's a good point. How did my robot general get a virus? Like, do you mean a literal virus? Because I thought maybe you meant, like, they got a virus, as in, like, a disease. But no, what you meant is they actually got a virus. A computer virus. In ways, that's both better and worse, and I suppose you could argue that both could be true. They could have had a regular virus and a computer virus. This kind of fits both robotics and human generals. It's actually sort of kind of a little bit clever in that regard. Sort of kind of a little clever. Oh, that's a nice big clump of dudes. Is that perhaps just about your last nice big clump of dudes? I feel like there can't possibly be that many more big clumps of dudes. How about I just move out ahead of them and then I capture them all and then I kill them? There you go. Look at that. Good special forces. Good. Destroy my enemies. For they are heretical in nature. No, moment there I thought my little idiot AI had managed to get itself surrounded again. Not this time. Not this time. Mexico is getting smaller and smaller. The scavengers found something. General Atomics schematics. Okay, well that's useful, I think. Speaking of, I haven't been building any factories for a while. I have 430 factories. My good Jesus, Jiminy Crickety God. Okay. It's a lot of factories. Do I need that many factories? Probably not. Probably not, but I'm sure I'll find some usage for them. If nothing else, I'll use them all to upgrade my... Actually, yes, I could use some field howitzers, please. I could use some field howitzers. The Great War against the NCR. I'm gonna need those. Well, I am going to need a lot of them to upgrade all of my aircraft. So, might as fucking well. Jesus. Okay. What else do I need? Well, I'm going to need radar stations, so let's queue up more radar stations. No, we're gonna need more radars. Because of that. We might need more of that. That could use some fortifications, yes, just in case. Some AA guns, because why not? Also, I could also spend a few hundred factories on building strategic bombers. Yes. I don't mind the idea of that. Don't mind that. What was I doing down here? That's right, I was circumnavigating the globe. Or if not the globe, then at the very least my enemies. Flying armor. Flying fortresses. Yes. Yes. Bigger blimps. Bigger, more violently horrible blimps. Nuclear jet bomber. Yes, bigger blimps. Always bigger blimps. Bigger, more brutally obese blimps. That is my future. The blimps can only ever grow larger, never smaller. All hail the blimp queen. All hail the great blimp, to which we all owe fealty. The great blimp. The devastator blimp. The blimp of annihilation. The blimp of dominance. The blimp of butchery. The blimp 182. Blank 182. Now there's a blast from the past. Demonstrating yet again that I am an old man, because I remember these things. You don't remember these things? They are before your day. You never even heard about a Blink 182. You don't even know what the fuck that is. I know. I know what that is. I know. I have the lost knowledge. Don't worry, you're not missing out on too much, honestly. God. I wonder if those bands still exist. I really do. Like, does Blink 182 still exist? I know Linkin Park still exists. Does Green Day exist? Do all of these weird, like, teenage punk bands who once had an audience near universally of screaming teenage children, did they exist anymore? Because, God, that's gotta be weird, right? How could they exist today? I mean, surely their time as youths is now long gone, right? They're in their 40s or something, still screaming about the patriarchy and bedtime and other such nonsense things. Surely not. Surely they must have waffled off the planes of existence long, long ago. At the very least, the planes of professional existence. Green Day still exists? Really? Green Day still exists? God, that must be weird. Who listens to them? And their soy. Well, I mean, Are we surprised? Are we fucking surprised? No, no we're not. We are most assuredly not surprised that they are soy. We are not. Not for even a single solitary micro instance are we surprised. But, like, genuinely, who is the audience? Because, again, back in the day, they were, rebellious teenagers, basically. I could put a thing here. And then another offensive line down here. Yes, I could do this. Because again, like, their audience were rebellious teenagers, or at the very least, they presented themselves in such a way as to appeal to rebellious teenagers, but they must be in their fucking 40s or 50s by now, surely. If not worse. I don't imagine the teenage demographic is quite as strong at that age bracket anymore. I'd think. Maybe it's just like, oh, Flying Fortress, followed by Super Fortress, yes. Bigger blimps. Only ever bigger blimps. Remember, the audience is still just rebellious teenagers. Oh, right. Of course. Right. Move down there real quick. I'm going to need you to just smash these little remnants I've got left behind me, which I forgot about. Look at 9 companies of super heavy assault robots to clear out this one little island chain, huh? Seems a little bit fucking excessive, but if you say so. Maybe the audience are the old people. Like I just talked about, like 2 hours ago, about, appealing to the audience that actually exists. Maybe they just kept singing songs to the same audience forever. It's just that now the teenage audience are girls in their 40s rather than, 18. I can sort of kind of see that working in a twisted kind of way. A weird twisted kind of way, but still I could see the appeal, I guess. I mean, Rammstein is still going strong, and they're fucking, 60, 70 now? God. They're fucking ancient. They're still doing shows. Very good shows, too, apparently. Always wanted to go to a Rammstein concert. Always wanted to. I was about to say, never got the chance. Listen, I'm an old man. I get the chance every time I wake up in the morning. I have the ability to simply purchase tickets, and plane tickets as well, and hotel and everything. I have the power. It exists within me. It has existed within me for a very long time. I'm too lazy. Which I suppose indicates that, clearly, I don't want it as much as I want it. I possess the power to fulfill all of my dreams. The only thing that stops me now is laziness. And my knees hurting. Unironically, yes, that is the problem. Growing old, becoming an adult human being, is suddenly you have the potential to do anything and everything you've ever wanted. You can eat ice cream for breakfast. You can snack however much you want. You can literally just live off candy if you so choose. Nobody can stop you. Nobody will stop you. And yet, you do none of those things. In fact, more often than not, you live a more repressive life than when you were a child. Largely due to necessity. Would you like to not die? Well, you're gonna have to stop eating candy for dinner then. But that was my one great pleasure. That was the one thing I wanted to continue doing. Too bad. We all have wishes that we simply can no longer fulfill. Right, that's one more clump of bad things dealt with. The offensive is continuing apace. Although, once these 10 divisions of super heavy robots, which were for some reason sent up here to crush this tiny pocket, become available to the main offensive, I imagine it'll pick up speed significantly. And so the last little bunch of retards were destroyed. Now, you may return back home and resume your training. Another Zax, another story. For some time, our own nursery robots and tribal scouts fighting through the streets of Denver have uncovered another relic of antiquity. It is the box. A particular pre-war robot production facility of mysterious origins. Back when I used to have a body, I remember going out to Denver and speaking to engineers working at this facility. They always spoke in hushed tones, corporate non-disclosure agreements, probably more than enough to keep them quiet. I wonder if that little coffee shop by Koifax is still open. It's been so long since I've been to Denver. It seems that a centerpiece of this old facility has begun to malfunction. The Zax, formerly following a protocol known as Colossus, instead taking on another protocol in the hopes of suppressing the riots out in Denver. It feels like such a waste to have those old pre-war engineers' work wasted. Maybe I could push the Zax along, try and get it to follow its old programming. Gain fine computing power. You won't let these engineers be wasted. Warden becomes owner and control of Burlington. Warden, Colossus becomes leader of the People Party. Warden becomes puppet of Realm of Diana. Oh, sure, I like puppets. I like puppets. Give me a puppet. Where did... Ah, there it is. Colossus. Hi there. Hello. It's a police officer. Was not always known under the Warden Secured Protocol. At one point during the time of the prisoners' travels, it was known for its time under Colossus, a wargame protocol. Now that Colorado has been pacified, the original protocols have been re-enabled, and Warden reduced to a peacekeeping subroutine as Colossus. Pet? That pet probably just took an enormous amount of my fucking factories with it, didn't it? Probably, but to be fair, I'm fucking swimming in factories, so I doubt it's gonna be an enormous concern. Good, my children. Continue your extermination campaign against the vile infidels of Mexico. Crush every Mexican you can find until there are no more Mexicans between you and peace. Tempted to destroy the Indians for having annoyed me, but I suppose it would be a tiny bit cruel to just kill them solely for having annoyed me. Trade income. Oh. Avant-garde? No. Wasteland pacification. God, the Mexicans have been oppressing a lot of different people. Jesus, the Mexicans have been oppressing a lot of different fucking people down here. Republic of Texas. Finally now I'm beginning to oppress the Republic of Rio Grande. Good God. They've been busy little fucking Mexicans, haven't they? Jesus. So many little Mexicans. So many little Mexicans in so many different kinds and flavors. There are many different flavors of Mexican. Have you tried them all? No. Should you? No. Will you? Maybe. Yeah, Qatar, thank you for the donation, sir. My tastes have rounded the corner. I still like metal and such bands like Sabaton, but I'm also liking bands with more old school sounds like D'Artagnan. I haven't heard about them. Yeah, my favorite now is definitely Sabaton. I like... Oh, right. That did cost me a tremendous number of military factories, didn't it? Yes, maybe I shouldn't have been quite so excited. Right, well, I don't actually need these anymore. I'll need to take stock on... Wait, purebred mud? Don't I have robo muds? I thought I had robo muds by now. Oh god, I'm gonna need... Right, riot control gear. Fuck. I'm not gonna have enough riot control gear, am I? No. I'm not gonna have even fucking remotely close to enough riot control gear. And I thought I'd built up a pretty goddamn solid quantity of riot control gear, but as it turns out, that was a rather fucking optimistic interpretation of reality, wasn't it? Right, just... mass produce riot control gear for now, and start building more military factories, I guess. On the right side, the Warden AI is going to have plenty of military factories for it to use to hopefully produce big, beautiful armies. Support my further conquests, as we still need to deal with the NCR as well before they decide to deal with me. More. Ah, I have 128 manpower. Yes. Yes. Yes, that. Oh. Thank you. Right, apparently I'm still at war with the demons of the coast. I don't know who the fuck the demons of the coast are, and I don't know what their disagreement with me is, but, if they still want to wage war, then, well, I'll be happy to. The demons of the coast. And I expect to see some kind of monster. It's just a Mexican in a mask. I am a demon. Aww. I feel like that would be Diana's response to that. Like, I am a demon. Aww. Well, Mexican's retarded. Well, he and so many others. He and so many others. Ah, Cyberdog. Still haven't researched Cyberdog. I must research Cyberdog. I must have fancy canines. In my case, though, I've always been more or less all-devouring when it comes to music. I can listen to just about anything. Just about anything. Write a Codex of Faith. Oh boy, that sounds like a genius idea. I suspect I might. I maybe that I'm gonna want some. I might want some puppet factions here, so as to not have to police all of this. I can listen to pop music. I can listen to rock music. I can listen to Nightcore. In fact, I kind of adore Nightcore. Nightcore is one of my guilty pleasures, I will admit. It's one of those weird things where I listen to it and it's like, this is music, but fast. I enjoy music, but fast. And if that is all it is, then that is all it is. Music, but rapid. Turns out I've always enjoyed music, but rapid. Flying Fortress? No, we're saving it for the Super Fortress. The bigger fortress. If I can have a Super Fortress, I shall have a Super Fortress. Population nomadity. That will help my pop numbers a little bit, I guess. Doesn't look like there's much resistance left in the enemy at this point. Except for the occasional blobs of resistance. Aren't my pretties, my beauties. I'll send you to kill that. Dirtily. Oh, Ducky Ducky, that's right. I've got you. Ducky Ducky. Ba 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 ba. Holder, division speed. Ooh. Capture, critical capture rate. Roted. What is expert? Doki Doki was not as good as I was hoping Doki Doki would be. Finesse, hot-blooded. That was probably good. Real heroes wouldn't wear silly masks or fall so easily. It's all true. I'm genuinely tempted to start liberating some factions here. If for no other reason than because I'd like to not have to control all of this territory myself. Hey, Warden, you don't have a request garrison? Oh, you do? Please. I could use some dudes. 12 point fucking high. How did you... Where were you hiding? 12,400 flesh bags. I was expecting like, you know, couple hundred maybe, a few thousand if I was lucky. Right, well, I mean, that solves part of my problem with people, I guess. Yeah, I suppose that does help.
Sir.
God damn you, why must you be all over my business? Why must you be here? Can I maybe just... Listen, I believe in your ability to do the impossible and protect this entire stretch of terrain without any difficulties. Actually, no, that's retarded. Here, I'll give you a temporary commander. Somebody useless. Doki Doki, you can be commander. There you go. Have fun.
Hello, sir.
And right, I need a lead for you too. You. Right, just keep them from advancing any further until the other armies are done occupying the more or less empty terrain in front of them. Cyberdog, go. Da, da. Population nomadacy. Yep, more of that. Keep the people not moving around like idiots. The Hindenburger Prime. The Hindenburger Prime. Uber Hindenburger. Uber Hinden. The greatest Hindenburger to have ever burgered the seven seas. Or skies, alternatively. Speaking of burgering the seven seas, I probably should get to work on a navy at some point in the not too distant future, as the NCR is probably going to have one. Right, the NCR is definitely going to have one. I should have one too. Ah, we captured a Rio Grande they-them. Amazing. Incredible. Fantastic, in fact. Ah, I've got free military factories again. Good, good. Ah, purebred mutts. New. Cyber canines. And the North is approaching full pacification. This one unit of special forces has just been running up here this entire time without running out of supplies at any moment, which is very fucking impressive.
Sir.
Once you're done with all of that, has defeated the demons of the coasts. They are no longer demons, nor are they of the coast. It's over. The fucking war is at an end. Oh, apparently I'm gonna take over the Choctaw Nation as well. I wasn't even aware I was at war with the Choctaw Nation. Apparently I was. Apparently Painted Rock is on my side too. Okay, Painted Rock, would you like... Here, you can have this. I don't know why I'm getting this, because I'm pretty sure I wasn't at war with them, but you want it? Are you my friend? Am I allied with you? Do I know you? Who are you? Painted Rock? Who are you? Why are you? Why do you exist? What if I know? But anyways, here, have some territory. Do you have a navy? Can I have it? Is it useful? Is it worth anything? Well, it will be worth something, because I can use it to, like, practice with. Yes, it'll be my little toy navy. Yes. It'll be my little toy navy. Jesus. Oh, I guess I just take all of it. I am large. How deep am I in the hole on riot gear? 3,650. Yes. Yes, that. That is how deep in the hole I am. That. Exactly that. Alright, well, my boys, for the first time in a long time, you get to come back home. For a brief moment. Until I find some new war for you. And don't you worry. I am going to find a new war for you. Unironically, I am. I still need another 10 droids. Goldhound mercenaries now, and fuck it. I've got 9 special forces, might as well max that out too. Jeebus. Excuse me, I had to sneeze, as I'm sure you've noted. You caught that sneeze, I'm sure.
Hello, sir.
That is a lot of fucking territory, and presumably a lot of really pissed off locals. Hola girls. Hula girls. Perhaps some new citizen care packages, yes? Perhaps some welcome vouchers, perhaps some little signs that I am not as incredibly evil as your predecessors. Grain solicitation? Yes, I think so. Lift tax on luxury goods. Anything really. Anything that helps me pacify this vast quantity of pissed off Texans will be. Texans and Mexicans too. We're gonna be spending a lot of political points as we now begin the war. Oh God. Well, that's one war down. Only for a potentially even bigger one to loom on the horizon. War. War never changes. It just grows bigger and more horrifyingly dangerous as you continue. Well, I guess we're building naval dockyards next. If I'm gonna build a fleet to rival the NCR. naval dockyards, and the naval bases I'm going to need to operate out of. On the bright side, the locals have built a surprisingly good infrastructure system. They've built railways just about everywhere. Huh. Kind of them. Exceedingly kind of them. I would not have expected the Mexicans to be so industrious in infrastructural pursuits. Not expected that of them at all, and yet here we are. Right, well, I'm now going to spend the next 7 hours calming down the Mexicans, and then we'll have our apocalypse war against the NCR. I'm looking forward to it. Until next time, chat, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your generous donations, as always, and I hope to see you all again very, very soon, as this week is a good one. We've got a fantastic Stamford Bridge for you this week, a real banger, as we're going to be talking about the Little Pride Parade attacks in Germany, and how, despite diversity literally running over them with buses, there is no indication that a lot of them have learned. Some have, nowhere near enough have. And we have a special as well, but that is for later. That is for secrets. Yes. Very important secrets. Have a wonderful night, chat. I hope you all sleep wonderfully, dreaming of buxom Mexicans. Possibly even female.